Well, it has been an exciting series so far. The first time ever Australians came over to Bangladesh to play this three-match ODI series. The first two games went thoroughly in favor of the current world champions. Won both of the matches, played here at Mirpur pretty convincingly. Looking at things, would it be something different now?
It's the IWC series after all, so 2 points up for grabs still. Here we are covering the game live at the Sher-e Bangla National Stadium in Mirpur, Dhaka. It's a relatively bright Wednesday morning.
Yeah, and let's see what the pitch reacts to this Wednesday morning. We're going over to Shamonnoy with the pitch report.
Is the third and final ODI between the Australian women and Bangladesh women. Now, Australia have won the series 2-0 already, won by the margin of wickets, won by the margin of runs. The margin of runs was the first ODI. Pitch number 4 is the same pitch where Australia scored 213. Bangladesh in both the matches were bundled out in the 90s range. Now, that's what something that would worry Bangladesh a bit. But as far as the wicket is concerned, pitch number 4 is the same wicket as mentioned before. We did see a bit of turn in the first ODI. And as far as it looks at the moment, it's quite hard. But then again, it's one of those traditional Mirpur pitches, which is dark, promises a bit of turn for the spinners, bit of bounce, surprising bounce maybe, but at the same time, it's quite hard, as I mentioned. So it promises some runs for the batters, but patience would be key, I think, as far as the day and the innings progresses. On my right-hand side, it's 64 meters to the boundary. The rest are 70. Particularly if Bangladesh is batting and they're batting on that side, I think they like to sweep, particularly if the captain Jyoti is up there, that's going to be the side she'd be targeting because that's the shorter boundary. With Australia, of course, they'll keep that in mind, will not mind reversing it, cutting it either. I think both the teams strategically we're looking forward to that. As far as winning the toss and doing what, Jyoti, Bangladesh have surprised us. Maybe she'll just go back to winning the toss and fielding first. And Australia, they wouldn't mind giving their batters a bit of a run, especially as the T20 series is to follow. Let's move towards the toss and find out what happens next.
Well, that was the pitch report from Shamonnoy. Looks like wicket number 4 being played at, the one that was used for the first ODI as we look at the fixtures and what has happened so far in this tour. So the first ODI at Mirpur, the Australians convincingly won by 118 runs, followed by the second match where Bangladesh just scored 97, which was chased down pretty easily. Another 6-wicket win for Australia. The tour doesn't end there. After the ODI series, we have the 3-match T20 series as well. First T20 on the 31st March, followed by 2nd April and 4th April. It's time for the toss. Let's see what the captains have to say.
Hi and hello, good morning from Mirpur, home of cricket. This is the last match from 3-match ODI series between Bangladesh and Australia. I have got both the captains along with the match referee, Mr. Niyamun Rashid Rahul and Nigar Sultana Jyoti. She got the Cohen. And would you please flip it?
Tails.
Tail is the call.
I did not flip. Tails.
And it's
we'll have a ball,
tails.
please.
Yeah, so you've won the toss.
Yep.
What you have decided and reasons for that?
We're going to have a bowl today. I think back on this first wicket, we played the first ODI and it's got a little bit more moisture in it, so hopefully we can get the most out of it this morning.
And both occasions you restricted the opposition below 100. Definitely pumped up dressing room, right?
Yeah, we are. We're playing some good cricket. I think most importantly, we're just trying really hard to adapt to these conditions. We've obviously got a lot of cricket here in the next 6 months, so it's been a great tour so far, and today's another opportunity to play well.
And how has been the experience just ahead of the T20 World Cup?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, the one-day games have been quite interesting, but the T20s, at the end of this series are all going to, look a little bit different for probably both sides and how we're going to shape up for the World Cup. So it's great practice for us, obviously, but obviously these ODIs are for the championship points, so they're very important.
Any change in the lineup?
I've got 2 changes today. Kim Garth comes back in and Grace Harris is in for Tali McGrath and Megan Shute.
Thank you so very much. Best wishes for you today.
Thanks a lot.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti, would you please come across to have some water, please? So, both occasions, your team were, restricted below 100. So definitely you will try something good today.
Obviously, the thing is right now we have already lost a series. We know that, but look forward to play as a unit to play better. That we can take to the T20 series.
So T20 World Cup, not that much far away, but you were playing against mighty Australia. Definitely it will give you some sort of good experience.
See, what I feel that whenever you get a very tough situation in the middle, and you will learn a lot of things, because our team is a very young and fresh team, and they are learning and they are growing. So I think it is a very good opportunity for the team to look forward for the T20 World Cup. And I think it's a very good day, and it's a particular game we're gonna play. And we just wanted to see our teams how would they bounce back today.
So you'll bet first of all, what will be your target to score?
See, this is the thing is what we have done in the last two games. I think if you want to improve our cricket, I think it's we want to look that how we actually played as a team, and we always look for the partnerships.
Any changes today?
We have one debutant today in place of Sumaya comes in.
Thank you so very much. Best
Thank you.
wishes, Captain. That's the news from the centre. Team Australia, they won the toss and decided to bowl first.
So we've got the toss. Australia winning the toss for the first time in this series. Captain Alisa Healy electing to bowl first. So both teams with some changes on Nisha.
Talia McGrath, mind you, is out with back spasms, though she is, according to Cricket Australia, going to be very much in the scheme of things for the T20I series. And Kim Garth comes back in. She had to be on the bench in the last game because Sophie Molyneux, who was the player of the match, put up a stellar show with her left arm spin, bagging 3 wickets and bowling a whopping 53 dot balls in a full allocation of 10 overs. The Bangladesh camp, meanwhile, would want to mount something of a comeback. They have the skills, especially with the ball. Their batting needs to up their game. Their batters, much of the onus would rely on their experienced campaigner, Farzana Hawk Pinky, who will open alongside Shobana Mostari. Remember, Farzana doesn't have her regular opening partner in Shamima Sultana, who I'm given to understand is out with an injury to her knee. But Bangladesh would hope in the subsequent ODI series, Farzana Hawk links up back with Sultana at the top of the lineup.
Yes, there are a couple of changes for Australia, as you spoke about. Grace Harris comes in, so does Kim Garth, and Megan Shute makes way. And Talia McGrath with the injury, she's also out. And there's just one change for Bangladesh. On the other hand, Sumaya Akhtar, she makes way. She makes way in place of Sobhana Mustari. So Farzana Hawk Pinky might have a different opening partner when Bangladesh comes in to bat. Having a look at the dugout from Bangladesh, the two openers preparing themselves, both teams making changes. ICC Women's Championship points on the line.
With Sumaya Akhtar coming in for Shobana Mustari, that's the only change Bangladesh have gone for. We'll have a new opening tandem in the Bangladeshi batting order. Farzana Hawk with the young teenager Sumaya Akhtar, who was part of Bangladesh's under-19 team at the inaugural Women's T20 World Cup last year in South Africa. Sumaya Akhtar, remember, is one of the 5 teens from that particular squad from the Under-19 World Cup, who is part of the ongoing ODI series and ICC Women's Championship series against reigning world champions in limited overs formats, Australia.
It's interesting, she's getting her debut. Previously just played the one T20I in her international career with the senior team. This would be her first match playing in a one-day international, so a big day for her. And straight away, she would be facing a big challenge in the form of the Australians.
Australia's spinners have been absolutely on the money, especially in the second ODI, where they took 9 wickets among them. And that was the first ever instance of an Australian women's spin attack, grabbing 9 wickets in an innings. And second ever across formats for them. Second since the 1949 Test match at the MCG. And that stat gains even more topicality today, because only yesterday did Cricket Australia announce the fixtures for the Australian women's cricket team, and they're going to be playing a high stakes, highly anticipated test match at the Melbourne Cricket Ground in January as part of the multi-format Ashes against England.
It's a big summer ahead for Australia. The fixtures being recently published just yesterday, so saw a lot of the Australian camp really excited about the upcoming summer. But before that, they've got big challenge in the form of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup that's going to be held here in Bangladesh. So this tour has mostly been part of that, preparation, and the ODI series as it's gone by. They could also make those changes that they needed, giving a couple of opportunities to the ones that haven't been seeing action for the first 2 games. We've already safely sealed the series, but as I've said before, the 2 points from each of these games are important. All the teams trying to qualify directly for the top 6 spots. Well, India have already got direct qualification. They're the hosts, but it's going to be a tough ride for Bangladesh especially. In the ODI rankings, Bangladesh fell off to 8th, going behind Sri Lanka. As we see the 2 umpires coming in, the Bangladesh team in their last minute discussion.
Leading the standings on the ICC Women's ODI Championship Cycle 2022-25 are Australia, unsurprisingly, and Bangladesh are currently on the 7th spot behind India and above Sri Lanka. The 2 captains will be soon wondering as to how they can get the better of the other. Nigar Sultana Jyoti started out as a youngster alongside Nahida Akhtar, her vice captain, when the Salma Khatuns, Rumana Ahmeds, Jahanara Alams, all part of the first batch that played an ODI with international status in the early 2010s. And here she is leading a very young side whose average age hovers around 23 years and 4 months. That tells you something about this team. It's a team in transition. It's a team that comes with a lot of promise and potential. They've gone on to script a number of historic wins in the past 12 months, including one here at the Sher-e Bangla National Stadium when they hosted India. Subsequently, they did go on to defeat South Africa in South Africa. And here they have another opportunity on this Wednesday in the 3rd ODI to potentially try and getting one up over the world champions. They've got a potent bowling attack. Can their batters put their hand up today and get past the 3-digit score, which has been something of a barrier as much mentally as it's been on the scorecard? They were bowled out for 95 chasing in the first ODI. And the second time around, Nigar Sultana Jyoti opted to bat first. They scored only 2 runs more than their previous tally and ended up posting just 97. Australia, though, did have a bit of a wobble at the start of their chase, did eventually get to it at a canter, winning by 6 wickets. The teams are out. Alisa Haley has stationed her fielders. The tandem of Farzana Haq-Pinky and Sumaya Akhtar will begin the proceedings with the bat for the hosts Bangladesh here at the Sher-e Bangla National Stadium.
Couple of slips on a gully. Came guard with the first ball of the match. It's well driven. Right away, Australia having some players, some fielders in the slip court and trying to get early wickets, trying to make use of the early conditions.
two batters on the opposite ends of the experience spectrum for Bangladesh.
That had some swing, beaten outside off Farzana Hawk Pinky.
Who's had quite a number of firsts to her career, was the first ever centurion at the Women's National Cricket League, then went on to become the first centurion in international cricket in ODIs when she scored 100 last year. Backed that up with 100 against South Africa, albeit in a losing cause.
That was back in December 2023 when Bangladesh toured South Africa. Again beaten outside off. Good start for Kim Garth.
And an early indication from Farzana that there might be fewer number of dot deliveries because she's showing intent. She's going for those ambitious strokes early on. Kim Garth can move the ball should the conditions be conducive to it.
Farzana Hawk was part of that peculiar innings, 52 ball. She played for 7 as she leaves another one. Another outswinger.
And there you see it. Prodigious movement away from the right-hander. Pitched on a 6-stump line. Healy does a decent job in collecting it.
Oh, a play and a miss once again. She's going with the outswinger, one after the other.
Yeah, string of plays and misses from the experienced Farzana Hawk Pinky, 31 years old. She's yearning to get those important runs under her belt. She appreciates the importance of her place in this lineup and the importance of a good start. Not too cautious, not too adventurous either.
Steps out, a big appeal. The umpire still unmoved. Bangladesh survived some early jitters. After 1, it's 0 for no loss.
Elise Perry, it seems, will share the new ball again for a second straight match. Hasn't been a staple fixture with the new ball. Elise Perry, the most capped ODI player for Australia, having superseded former Australia captain, the legendary Alex Blackwell, to that spot after the first ODI here at the Sher-e Bangla National Stadium last week.
Yeah, big feat earned by Elise Perry. Record breaker, 163 wickets to her name in one-day internationals with the best bowling figure of 7 for 22. She's been lethal all around the world. Here she finds herself against the opener from Bangladesh, who's got drafted in just for the third ODI. That was well fended off.
The youngster, Sumaya Akhtar, brings out a copybook defense, though a little tentative with her foot movement. Has a face plastered on the big hoardings that we can see close to the stadium alongside the more recognizable face in Nigar Sultana Jyoti, Fahima Khatun, to name a few.
Yes, and it will be a really good learning experience for her, Sumaya Akhtar, getting her debut in the ODI circuit against Australia. This can only be a very good learning experience for her overall. She faces Elise Perry, who's got her racing boots on. If you look at her, she's one of the fastest bowlers around in women's cricket. Nicely guided, but still can't find the gap.
Elise Perry, remember, is coming off a rewarding stint with the Royal Challengers Bangalore across the border at the Women's Premier League. Put in some key performances in clutch situations for the Smriti Mandhana-led side. And her performance with the ball took a record 6-wicket haul, the first by any player in the WPL, may have played a part in Alisa Healy trusting her with the new ball in the series.
Here she comes, this time goes for it, but can't find the gap. Straight to the hands. First wicket gone for Bangladesh.
An easy catch for Grace Harris, who's playing her first match of the series. The youngster, Sumaya Akhtar, has to go back for a duck on her ODI debut as Elise Perry strikes in her first over. As easy as it gets. And Grace Harris, more likely than not, will not drop those ones.
Well, just looking at it, she showed some intent, but her stay was scuttled. Tried to go over the top, especially when you have fielders within the 30-yard circle. Australia strike first. Again, a very, very good start for them. Winning the toss, electing to field first. They've already won the first 2 matches, so they're playing with much more ease. Bangladesh making just that one change, but apparently hasn't worked out for them.
The left-hander in Murshida Khatun comes to the middle as Elise Perry continues her duties, sharing the new ball. In the second match too, she bowled the second over, and today becomes only the 3rd instance that she has opened the bowling in an ODI in the last 2 years. That tells you something about how much Australia's captain, well, captains now, including the former skipper in Meg Lanning and now Alisa Healy, have trusted her bowling efficacy up top. But that seems to be undergoing a change as far as the narrative with the new ball is concerned.
Was down the leg. First runs for Bangladesh. It's a scamper for a single and 2 extra runs being added as umpire Tanvir Ahmed. It's one of the umpires.
Well, that too has been a theme of Elise Perry's bowling, unfortunately. A few deliveries erring here and there, erroneous lines, adding to the extras.
The Australians would be disappointed with the number of extras they've given, especially in the first 2 matches. It's way down off again. Another wide, another extra for Bangladesh.
She does have this propensity for going into a zone where those wides just keep coming ball after ball. We've seen that across, say, the last 5 years. Happened during some of the world tournaments as well.
Speed on outside off, Farzana Haq Pinky. We've seen that quite often.
That's a much better line, a testing line. The batter feeling for it, but thankfully doesn't connect. The movement away saves her this time around. Farzana Haq Pinky does appear a little tentative as to whether to go on the front foot or the back in the face of Elise Perry's outswingers.
Pulled away, falls into no man's land. Farzana Haq off the mark. Bangladesh 4 for 1 after 2.
It's a balmy moment. It's a balmy morning here at the Sher-e Bangla National Stadium in Dhaka. And Kim Garth will continue from the police station end, while Elise Perry looks after the proceedings from the media box end. 2 slips in pace and a gully.
Steps out, taking her chances early on. It's been a story of play and miss so far for Farzana Haq.
But I do like about what Farzana is doing is she's trying to find a way to get herself out of that rut. She chewed up a number of dot deliveries in the second game, which in turn went on to set the tone of the innings. Here she's trying to do something different.
An outswinger plays inside the line. Farzana Haq still trying to adjust to the swing.
Farzana is not part of the scheme of things for the T20I squad, which I'm given to understand is likely to be announced tonight or tomorrow. Though having spoken to Farzana recently, she told me that playing the ODI World Cup across the border in India next year in September, October is one of her items on the to-do list.
That was edged. They don't have a third man in place, almost a test field, and that brings the first boundary for Bangladesh. Farzana Haq's edge doing the work this time.
She will heave a sigh of relief, having done pretty much everything so far, feeling for the deliveries, using her feet, but this time around another tentative jab, but it doesn't file the fielder. It flies between the slip cordon, and Bangladesh get a welcome boundary.
Much better start in terms of runs scored in the first 3 overs compared to what happened in the second ODI. That was an inside edge. Really didn't know what the ball was doing. That came in.
Farzana Haq is also quite the trailblazer when it comes to the Bangladesh women's cricket landscape or the women's cricket landscape in the subcontinent, because in the current ODI squad for the hosts, she happens to be the only married player. She got hitched back in 2018, right after the 2018 T20 World Cup.
Goes down onto the slips, but just took a bounce before it reached the second slip fielder. Fielders are in action in the slip cordon, and Kim Garth, she's been good in varying her swing, going out and going in.
And this time around, 2 falls short. Not much the slip cordon can do. And speaking of Farzana's marital status, she's gone on to attribute a lot of her success to her husband.
What a catch! Down at first slip, Farzana Haq, she has to depart. Leachfield takes the catch gleefully.
Well, she does that for fun every alternate game, doesn't she? Is known for her ability to take those screamers, blinders, one-handed or otherwise. Does the job neatly at first slip, grabbing it with both hands, as acrobatic as it gets. Phoebe Litchfield from Orange with another superb catch to her gallery of extraordinary takes in her fledgling international career. Farzana Haq Pinky has to go back. A disappointing ODI series. 5 is all she can get as Bangladesh lose their second wicket.
Yeah, Australia making inroads right away from the beginning with the new ball within the power play. That brings Nigar Sultana Jyoti into the crease. Another one of Bangladeshi women who've really stood up and has led the team so well, especially in the last couple of years. Not only has been she a good leader, she's also been very good with the bat. And we've got to know she really had that, healthy competition with Farzana Haq as to who would score the first century for Bangladesh in international cricket in ODIs. Farzana beat her to it. She's disappointed, but today gives her an opportunity. She has a lot of overs to play.
Certainly. She can bring up a number of records should she stay out there in the middle.
Beaten outside off once again. Brilliant line there from Elise Perry.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti, still a very young captain of a very young side, has led them with distinction at world tournaments during the 2022 ODI World Cup in New Zealand, where Bangladesh played their first ever ODI World Cup fixture.
That's well fended off. Going behind the line, Mushida Khatun still playing a lot of dot deliveries, the Bangladeshi batters.
Something they potentially need to be wary of. Sure, you've got to be cautious in the face of the swing that both Elise Perry and Kim Garth have been able to elicit so far. Spin has been the talk of the town so far in the series, but inside the power play in the third ODI, we can see what both of these pacers have been able to achieve. They're keeping the batters on their toes. Anything tentative and they'll be likely in trouble.
Just look at the kind of fielding that they're producing, the Australians. There is a huge gulf of difference between quality, at least in terms of the fielding for both sides. Mushida Khatun still yet to get off the mark, as we see that brilliant catch taken from Leachfield to get Farzana Haq out. That's full, got an outside edge.
And speaking of that gulf between Australia and Bangladesh, remember this is only their fourth ODI match against them. The first time these two sides played each other in the 50-over format was during the 2022 ODI World Cup in New Zealand. And the largest sense that I get, having spoken to a number of Bangladeshi players recently at the team hotel, the same hotel where the Australians are also put up at, is that should they get more opportunities to play a team like Australia, their batting performance will certainly go up a notch higher. So will their fielding. But they're learning a lot, interacting with these players at breakfast. I know Nahida Akhtar went up to Annalisa Healy during the first ODI here at the stadium and openly confessed, Alisa, I'm a big fan of yours. I love watching you play, but she also wants to take Healy's wicket. So there's healthy competition, a healthy degree of admiration that these players have. They accord a lot of respect to the pedigree of this team and the history behind Australian women's cricket. But led by Nigar Sultana Jyoti, they also acknowledge that they no longer are pushovers thanks to their performance against India last year.
Absolutely, and now she goes for a full-length delivery, nicely flicked off her legs. Can get a couple, yes, that ends the over as well. Nigar Sultana gets off the mark. It's 11 for 2 Bangladesh after 4.
Can you go, please? And then Gracie, can you do forward square? Yep. And then you just do it. Two? Yeah. Still two. Lefty move. Centre. So just be like weirdly behind. Actually, keep coming to. King over.
Scheme guards to start off from the far end. Was outside off. Just punched away softly. Mushida Khatun got off the mark. Bangladesh losing the toss, batting first, 11 for 2. Not the ideal start by any stretch.
Murshida Khatun, the left-hand one-down batter, has played over 50 international matches so far, has been earmarked as one of the long-term prospects for Bangladeshi cricket. She too has had a quiet series, scoring just 10 runs in the first ODI and 5 in the second. It has gone on to show on multiple occasions that she has the talent, the potential and the skills to drop the anchor and bail her side out of trouble when required. And with captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti at the other end, I think it makes for a great combination to try and do a bit of a repair job after the 2 early dismissals that Australia have been able to effect in the third ODI. Murshida Khatun hails from Kushtia district of Khulna division, fashioned her batting watching a lot of Smriti Mandhana videos and live matches on television. Got to meet the India batter during the T20 World Cup in Australia.
That was nicely driven to the onside. She can time the ball a bit, and speaking of Murshida and her batting prowess, she's had a 50 against Zimbabwe women back in 2021, but one of her best knocks, which we saw very recently, was in East London against South Africa, where she scored an unbeaten 91, and that she fondly recalls. She also had a 50 against Pakistan, that 3-match ODI series which Bangladesh won 2-1. There were a couple of very exciting matches during that series as we see her play and miss once again. So there were a couple of tied matches in last year, one against India, the other against Pakistan, but that went to a super over which Pakistan won. But the tied match against India was very exciting as well, both teams scoring over 200. So the wicket has a say in proceedings. This Mirpur wicket supposed to be a high-scoring one, but an average of the last 6 games we saw was just 170. Full toss, driven away nicely through the gap. They will get a couple, at least. Oh, that was well fielded. Third run being taken, but the boundary check will be done as well.
Decent work there from Grace Harris and Elise Perry. A bit of a partnership on the field. But was she able to keep the ball back in play? It's going to be touch and go. Maybe just the tip of her fingers that touched the rope, or maybe not. Stays at 3 runs. As per the on-field umpire, Brinda Rathi from India. The first Indian female umpire to officiate in a bilateral series not featuring India. Has played a bit of cricket herself, Brinda Rathi, for Mumbai University as a medium pacer. Then went on to play the role of a scorer on the domestic circuit before starting to blaze a trail as a match official, as an umpire. Was part of the Ranji Trophy debut-making troika last year in the men's first-class competition in India, and is the first female umpire to officiate in a test in India. It's time for a change in commentary. And I'm joined to my left by Mahfouz Alam.
Thank you so very much, Amnesh. Very good morning. And it's a sunny day here in Mirpur Sher-e Bangla Cricket Stadium, home of cricket. And an excellent start again by Australia. Murshida Khatun, definitely experienced batter for Tigresses. Wide delivery. First run for this over. She has got 3 half centuries, 91 is highest against South Africa. So definitely Tigresses will expect her to deliver today because this is the last ODI in this series.
It can also do a world of good to her confidence and Bangladesh's overall leading into the 3-match T20I series. Flicks it to Grace Harris this time around at short mid-wicket. No runs conceded. The T20Is assume all the more topicality given Bangladesh are going to host the T20 World Cup in about 5 months' time in September, October.
And this will be sort of confidence booster playing against, the 7 times world champion. It's definitely a very good thing for Tigresses. Is Perry. This time didn't generate that much of pace, but line and length is really good.
She's using her angles to good effect over the wicket, around the wicket. Given there's a left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle.
Down the leg. No chance for the keeper as well. And it will go all the way. Wide and 4.
Another white against Elise Ferry's name. Alisa Healy, good friend, good childhood friend and long-time teammate. Can't help but have a bit of a chuckle. She tried her best, but probably needed an additional hand or two to intercept that wayward delivery down the leg side.
What we have seen in the previous delivery, that was not that much pace she generated, but this delivery, she generated the pace, but missed the line. And that was good for Bangladesh as well. Outside of stump, that's a very good connection and gets the boundary. Murshida Khatun, she will be delighted.
That's a delectable cover drive from Murshida Khatun. Probably the one with most confidence we've seen her play across the 3 matches. Well, a bit of a square drive, if I may put it that way. Beats the fielder and will get a boundary.
No doubt, amiable and also eye-pleasing. That's the thing that you want from your batters. Stay on the wicket, and she is staying away from the crease. And this time, again, very good comeback from Elise Perry. That's a nice delivery. And after 6, this is 24 for 2.
Sorry, Ash, extra one in, please. That's a leg.
3 overs apiece from the two paces in operation, Kim Garth and Elise Perry. No spin in sight just yet, and probably rightly so. There is enough swing on offer, as has been visible in the first 6 overs. Some wayward lines from the senior campaigner Perry so far. Garth has been relatively tighter with her lines.
Took a maiden and conceded just 7 runs from the 3 overs she bowled. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain of Bangladesh, She needs to be there. Already 2 wickets down, and the first 2 matches, if you see, that was not that much impressive performance. So today, in this last match, they will try their best to come back.
That there is healthy swing on offer can be evidenced through the formation of the slip cordon, resembling one you would more often than not see in a test match. Lots of green and gold to the right of Alyssa Healy for the right-hander.
Into the stump. She tried to open her bat, but there was an inside edge. Not that much of confidence was there. Nigar Sultana Jyoti faced just 4 deliveries so far.
Kim Garth making her way back into the 11 was an interesting pick in my view, because there is Tyler Vliming in the squad who is yet to get a game.
She came out and she tried to play on drive, but this time also couldn't connect. This is the shadow. Look at the replay. That was also an inside edge, and just speeding with the swing.
Nigar would be thanking her stars that she was able to connect bat to the ball, for there was a high likelihood of the ball breaching her defenses and actually going on to crash into the stumps.
4 consecutive dot deliveries in this over. This time, outswinger. That's the variation you will expect from Kim Garth. First 4 deliveries, she went for the in-swinging, and in the 5th delivery, she went for the outswing. That was not easy for Nigar Sultana to pick this delivery.
Repaying the faith that Healy reposed in her by bringing her back into the 11 with a great start, disciplined start at that. Could go on to script another maiden, and she does.
And after 7, it's 24 for 2. Alyssa Healy is continuing with Ellis Perry. She is once again a bit expensive compared to first 2 matches. Considered already 17 runs from 3 overs. Got the natural angle. Murshida Khatun tried to guide this. If you just look at the first 2 matches, and if I talk about the second ODI, there within 27, Bangladesh lost 4 wickets, but today it's 2. So they got Murshida Khatun, very good batter, and also the captain. So they need to capitalize, and they need a very good partnership from here.
Swing and a miss. That's been a bit of a theme so far this morning here in Dhaka at the Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium. Slightly back of a length delivery. Tentatively pushes at it. The left-hander Murshida Khatun doesn't connect. She's on 8 runs of 19 deliveries. And Ellis Perry would want to bowl an over without conceding a wide.
Back up a length, try to pull, but not that much a good connection. And a bit away from the usual length she was pulling.
It's great to see Perry take the new ball though. Has performed with excellence with both bat and ball. Is easily the greatest all-rounder women's cricket has ever seen.
And this time, it's out. Finger goes up. Murshida Khatun. She departs. It was outside off. Into the slot. Tried for a cover drive, but kissed the outside edge.
The greatest adds another wicket to her burgeoning tally of wickets and runs. This time of Bangladeshi first drop batter, Murshida Khatun. Lunged forward, but somewhat awkwardly ended up edging one back to the keeper. Easy take for Alisa Healy. The hosts are in a spot of bother, as they've been in the past two matches as well. Murshida Khatun is out for just 8 runs, and the hosts lose their third wicket.
Yes, absolutely. And the bowlers, they were tempting the batters, and they were inviting the batters to play this sort of shots, and they were targeting the edge. This time successfully done. And Bangladesh are in trouble. So they need to stay on the wicket. And what we were talking about, the partnership here, we have seen the batters were trying for, playing the shots, playing inside out shots, scoring some runs, especially they were targeting, the boundaries. But according to the situation, what Bangladesh need, they need to stay there, at least play some balls, staying on the wicket.
So much of it is also a confidence game, right?
And wait for the loose deliveries after getting the wicket. Yes, that was also sort of a teaser for the batter, and also tempted, and she tried, and it was very close to the outside edge as well. New batter Ritu Moni played the first delivery, and it was not that much convincing. Nigar Suldana Jyoti, the captain, she is with her. The last delivery of this over, that was in swinging, roll of the wrist, will get a single. Fielder is there. No, they're trying for the couple. Successfully did that. So 2 and a wicket from this over. After 8, it will be 26 for 3.
A pace-dominated power play this has been. Kim Garth and Elise Perry sharing the new ball have kept the leash on the Bangladeshi batters. 3 strikes already made. Garth, a former Ireland international, holds the unique distinction of being the only woman to have played international cricket for both Ireland and Australia. Was born in Dublin and made her debut at just 14 years old, and went on to feature in 3 World Cups for Ireland before deciding to move to Australia, having had a bit of a taste of WBBL cricket in 2020. Became a permanent resident in Australia in 2022, which allowed her the opportunity to play in the WBBL as a local player. Given the skills she's shown on the international circuit as a teenager, starting with her debut as a 14-year-old, the Australian national selectors decided to give her a shy in green and gold and she's repaid their faith excellently.
Into the good length in swinging delivery. Nigar Sultana Jyoti is very much watchful because she understands the situation and she needs to be there. And this time she's very much watchful.
I think one of the primary goals that the Bangladeshi batters should try to achieve from this ODI is, number one, ensure they play out the entire 50 overs. Second, should it be possible, get as close to that 150 run mark as possible.
Yeah, definitely, because first two matches we have seen that Bangladesh collapsed before the 100 milestone. And Aussie bowlers, they actually dominated tight races. So it's really important to stay on the wicket, play your natural game, and respect the good deliveries, wait for the loose one.
And Nigar is absolutely key to the proceedings. She comes with a cool head on her shoulders. Has shown a lot of clarity with her captaincy calls. Can soak in a lot of pressure with the bat in the middle as well. Now that they've lost pretty much all of the top order, the onus rests on the captain to try and string a partnership, the absence of which cost them dear in the first two ODIs.
And what do we think that they missed one top order batter to perform from the top order, to score big, to stay on the wicket. But that didn't happen. And today, watching the same scenario, they lost three top order batters. But Nigar Sultana, what you have mentioned correctly, that she is very much watchful today, and she understands the value of this match because this is the last ODI from this series. So there is something to show to the mighty Australia. This time it was Fuller. Opened her bat, but fielder was there. Dot to end this over. Another maiden from Kim Garth, and after 9 it's 26 for 3.
First change is being introduced now in Annabel Sutherland, the new golden girl of Australian cricket. Scored her maiden test century last year during the Ashes, backed it up with a double 100 in the same format at home against South Africa. And in the series opening fixture on this tour, played a vital hand with 58 not out to bail Australia out from a spot of bother. Here, she's been tasked with bowling the 10th over.
And she's also known for her father, James Sutherland, the former Cricket Australia CEO. Excellent all-rounder for Australia. That's very good delivery, with very good pace as well.
There are a number of Australian players with familial ties with Australian cricket. Alisa Healy's uncle, Ian Healy, of course, the great wicketkeeper, scored vital, important runs for Australia as well. Healy's father, Greg, played state cricket in Queensland before the family moved to Sydney.
Down the leg, this time dived and saved. But wide again. Annabel Sutherland on her first over. Tried for an in-swinger.
Sutherland too was part of the strong Aussie contingent at the Women's Premier League. Featured in the runners-up finishing squad led by a former Australia captain, Meg Lanning. Had a bit of an up and down run at the WPL, both with bat and ball.
Ritumoni, she also understands that she needs to be careful and just trying to staying on the wicket and just going accordingly what captain suggested. Very much watchful so far. Ritumoni. Experienced for Bangladesh team, no doubt. Down the leg, roll of the wrist, edge and going for the boundary. But umpire signals it's from the leg. Runs are coming. However it comes, it's once again creating the angle with in-swinging delivery. That was not that much easier for Elisa Healy. She dived, but it was a 4 for Bangladesh. This time into the fourth stump channel. It was Fuller. Opened her bat and got a single.
Yeah, I think what is the need of the other is a bit of show of enterprise and patience. If you're not getting the runs, do not try to give your wicket away. A shy at the stumps from Elise Perry. A little bit of a lackadaisical effort from Ritumoni there, trying to complete that single.
That was close.
And when we talk of the gulf between the two teams, you know, a topic that comes up every time Australia play any side, because more often than not they happen to be much lower ranked. The question of the domestic structure in those nations also comes into fray. And Bangladesh, at Bangladesh, things are only starting to improve. They have 3 domestic tournaments of note. The Dhaka Premier League, played in the 50-over format. The Women's National Cricket League, which started out as a 50-over tournament, but is also played in the T20 avatar as well. Last year, the Bangladesh Cricket Board launched the red ball 2-day tournament called the Bangladesh Cricket League with a view to try and familiarize their players with the longest format. We'll have a change in commentary now.
Need someone in here and slightly this way.
Shamunai Ghosh will replace me in the commentary desk.
Here goes Kimgart once again with a very close infield setup. And good morning, Shamunai Ghosh.
Very good morning, Mahfouz. Yeah, it's a very good start by the world champions, of course. You can see how light the mood is, going about their business, keeping everything professional, keeping it simple, of course, winning the toss, deciding to field first and straight away. You know, they've managed to take 3 wickets in the first 10 overs, the first power play, of course. It's a very good result, 32 for 3 of the 10 overs. Kimgart still is going to continue from the Thana end. There's a mid, look at the mid-off and mid-on.
Very close in position. And this time, squared up. Not that much of room to play any shot. Ritumoni, she was very much careful to defend this. Very good line and length.
It's that mid-off and mid-off, that story again. Very straight, right adjacent to the pitch. Very close. it's because of the drives Ritu Muni has played. In fact, she got off the mark playing that drive. That is why they're on her face.
Experimenting everything. They're very much serious. Up pitch this time. Taking it. And they are successful what they planned.
It was a leading edge. She was looking to play it on the onside and sort of held on a bit onto the pitch, gripped a bit. She's looking to play it on the onside, but easy catch to that fielder on the left of the screen. Look at that leading edge. Well, Kim Gart could have easily taken it on her own also, but might as well, as you've placed the fielder there. Alisa Healy, successful yet again. The fourth one falls for Bangladesh.
Played with the psychology as well, with the batter. And yeah, mentally, she was also squared up. Didn't try and didn't put that much force into her shot. Maybe she was thinking, well, fielders are there. And very much unfortunate. She was trying to be there, but gone for one.
That's a center.
Wickets are coming. And 4 wickets down for Bangladesh. Not a good sign. But Alisa Healy, she will be happy. That is what she wanted. And the new batter, Fahima Khatun. She needs to be there down the leg. It was Fula, tried for a flick.
They were actually appealing for it from behind the stumps. They're just, enjoying themselves now. Kim Gart, 2 for 7. Brilliant figures already onto her 6th over. 3 maidens for her. Fahima Khatun is the new batter in, and then already she's taken her stance outside the popping crease. A bit forward. Ellis Perry with a big smile on.
Why not? Oh, that was about to kiss the edge. Oh my goodness, that's given. The batter, she is surprised, but they are celebrating. Why not? 5th down for Bangladesh. She can't believe it. Fahima Khatun.
But much to the surprise of Fahima. Umpire Vrindarathi, she believes it kissed the outside of the bat on the way to Alisa Healy's gloves. Fahima doesn't agree. Again, length just tad bit fuller. It was dying on the keeper. The initial thought, Mahfood, Alisa Healy did not go up straight away. Again, yeah, off the deck, outward movement. Might be that Fahima is a bit unfortunate on this occasion, but she has to go. Kim Gart gets another one. She goes for naught. And the 5th one falls for Bangladesh. It's a dismal story that goes on.
Bangladesh are in trouble. That's the thing, what we were talking about. Alisa Healy, she was not confident. Bowlers and the 2 clothing fielders, they were cheering up initially. And after the signal, everyone appreciated. This time Shorna, what will she do? That is also, it was also teasing. And the batter, she was trying to go for it. That was not convincing.
Again, yes, it is again, it is part and parcel of the game. It is part of it, but yeah, there's the outward movement, no deviation. When it's crossing the bat, sort of dipping in front of the wicket keeper. Another thing is, as mentioned earlier, she doesn't go up straight away. Nevertheless, they were still on top, Australia. Bit of luck on their way, but Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she's leading the side. She's led the side well so far. What can she do? Can she take them to a decent total, a respectable total? That's what's been lacking. The first two ODIs, Bangladesh got bundled out in their 90s. First ODI, 95 all out in the 36th over. Second ODI, 97 all out, batting first in the 45th over.
But today, this is just 12th over going on and 5th wicket down. Into the patch, she tried for a flick. There will be another dot delivery. Annabel Sutherland on her second over.
Taking nothing away from Australia. That is why their top side, class apart. Lana King, player of the match in the first ODI. You know, with the new ball, bowling lengths continuously, consistently.
They're just exploiting the wickets very nicely, no doubt. This time in a good length and swinging delivery.
And reaping rewards. Previous delivery, it came back into the right-handed Jyoti off the deck. So they've managed to get the best out of the surface. 3 wickets for Garth, 2 for Ellis Perry. Speak of bowling in tandem. There's no...
Once again, down the leg, wide delivery. Bangladesh will get 1 run from here.
There's no point hanging in the past, Mahfooj.
Yeah.
You have to look forward. What can you do now? How can you make a fight back? It is the third and final ODI. You've already lost the series. But you've got a T20 series to follow after this. Some runs under the belt will give some confidence.
Absolutely. Partnership is needed this time. Full shot. Will she get a boundary? And finally she dived but couldn't save it. And it's a boundary.
It's those rare occasions when a Bangladeshi batter is playing the pull. The bowled length, this time back of a length, is onto the pull, very fine. Challenged the fielder at deep fine leg. Desperate dive from Kim Garth, but couldn't save the boundary.
Nigar Sultana, the captain, this time also in swinging delivery. And inside edge. And several times we have seen she came in front foot and played it very nicely. And most of the cases we have seen the ball cased the inside edge.
The boundary she hit is only the third boundary. Still plenty of overs left. She needs company, does Jyoti.
Appealing, but umpire unmoved. And this is to end this over with a dot delivery. And after 12, it's 37 for 5. Once again, we're watching two close-in fielders. So they are standing very adjacent to the pitch. 3 slips, point and cover. Outside edge, through the hands, going for the boundary, chasing, ball wins the race, and it's a boundary.
Boundary in the previous over, boundary in this one. Not much of control, outside edge, pitched it fuller. And fell right in front of Phoebe Litchfield, who's one of the best fielders. Not only the Australian side, but should claim it around the world. Not easy, these ones, when they dip and drop right in front of you at slip cotton.
3 wickets for Kim Garth. This time, that is excellent line and length.
And straight away, applauded by Ellis Perry. As Anesha was pointing out, those two fielders, do you call them mid-on, mid-off? Do you call them silly point? Well, can't call them a fast bowlers or seam bowlers silly point. You know, we do see them, the short legs and all, to be much closer. You're watching the red ball format in white jerseys. Sort of a fusion, you might call it, but yeah, very close on the batter's face.
Well defended.
Particularly, there's a plan. Sort of a fielding is given to Kim Garth, and she's pitching it up, inviting the batters to drive, come forward and drive straight, or unless you try and manufacture a shot. And I think these are the situations where the think tanks will go back and look at the inventory. What shots do the Bangladesh batters have and what they can manufacture.
Making the situations more tougher. And this time into the stumps, but well defended by Shorna Akhtar. She needs to be there because the captain, she faced already 21 deliveries, scored 6, but the intention is very much clear that they need to be there. They want to stay there, whatever the situation, how much runs they score or not. They need to play as much as possible. So let's see. There will be a tail, but outside off. And umpire, she is unmoved.
I think Vrindarathi, she believes it's just outside off. Just outside off, yeah. Looks like it. Pitching outside off. Impact. It's a close call. It's actually a very good delivery again from Kim Garth. Troubling the batters away. Hasn't been easy. 2 ODIs and today for the Bangladesh batters. This is what you've got to face. You've got to make your mark in the world stage.
And this time down the leg. Maybe there was a touch, but just see Kim Garth, she's continuing from one end and ends with dot delivery. And after 13, that's 41 for 5.
Wide not given. Perhaps Vrindarathi believed there was something on it. Perhaps the trouser, the pad. Ends the over nevertheless. For only 4 runs from it.
One thing someone aware of was that Kim Garth, she continued from one end and 7 consecutive overs from her. And for the first time, spin is being introduced. Sophie Molinia, she's there. And the first spinner in this innings so far, Sophie Molinia.
Yeah, bowling from the media and player of the match in the previous match, coming back after a couple of years and straight away You're making your mark. Oh, fair bit of turn, bit of bounce, outside edge. It allows a single to the Bangladesh skipper. She's on 6. You know, it's a scorecard. It tells you a story. All out in single figures. And all out caught. All the 5 batters have been caught. Goes on to tell you something. The shots not been up to the mark. They haven't dealt with the deliveries quite well. Yes, the deliveries, the bowling has been, again, of top quality. Sophie Molyneux is mentioned, player of the match in the previous game. 3 for 10 overs. 5 maidens she's bowled. No wonder there's so many fielders closing in, marshalling her troops. Alice Perry is doing the field changes, as we can notice. Lisa Healy happy to give her good friend the lead in terms of making shifts to the field positions for Sophie.
Very much serious. They've already won the series, and this is the match where they can beat Bangladesh by 3-0. And from the very first over, we are watching how are they playing. Flighted delivery with turn. Bitten.
She slowed it down for sure. The 2 slips in position. One called the first slip, and second was sort of a gully for the spinner. There's a short cover. There's a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, this time a bit away from the pitch. What we have seen during the pace bowling, they were very much close to the pitch, but this time a bit away.
The only fielder which you can't see on the screen is in fact the only fielder guarding the brown boundary, which is in fact Alana King, which and she was at deep backward square leg. 14 done, Bangladesh. 42 for 5. And with that, it's times for a drinks break. This is the 3rd and final ODI here at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla. Bangladesh batting first, being invited by Australia, are in quite a bit of trouble.
Yes, welcome back once again after the drinks break. And that's a nice view from the drone cam. Yeah, it's a sunny day today here in Dhaka, in Sher-e Bangla International Cricket Stadium. In 14 overs gone, it's 42 for 5. Bangladesh are already in trouble. And this is a 3-match ODI series. This is the last today, an innings so far. From the very beginning, we have seen that was the first wicket. And after that, got a boundary from the edge. And that was outside edge. That was a pacey delivery. And tried for some shots, some wides and fours. Sher-e was a bit expensive from her first 3 overs, but took wickets. Dive but couldn't save. That was a pitch and very much easy for the fielder. Yes, back into the live action. That was the first delivery. And didn't get an opportunity for a run. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, captain on strike.
Ashley Gardner, the Aussie vice captain, in from the Thana end. So far, she's actually had a brilliant series. One of the best series so far she's had, both with the bat and the ball. Troubling the batters as always, impact outside, hence no one interested, brings on a smile on the Bangladesh captain's face. Scored 50 plus runs in both her innings, averages 50 plus, 5 wickets already to her name of the first 2 ODIs. Ashley Gardner comes into bowl now, plenty of experience of course. Represented the Gujarat Giants women in the recently concluded WPL. And tells you a lot, Mahfouz, when she's just coming into bowl in the 15th over. Nicely played inside out, doesn't have enough legs to go to the boundary, but the Bangladesh batters will come back for the second.
That's a very nice shot from the captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti, and definitely this will boost her confidence. And no doubt the Bangladeshi batters, they play spin very good. And I think there will be some opportunities to score runs this time once again. After the double, there is another single to end this over. After 15, it's 45 for 5.
Well, there has been changes on the field in terms of bowling, spin operated from both ends by Alisa Healy. Bit of twists and turns in the commentary box also, as ABP Ahmed bin Pervez replaces Mahfouz Alam.
Yes, murky morning, but Bangladesh again failing with the top order batting. Well fended off Jyoti. She needs to stay in the crease. One of the 3 batters who scored more than 10 runs in the previous match, Shamunnoy. Well flighted, met it on the full toss. A nicely driven shot there. She finds the gap. The ball wins the race. A rare but very satisfying boundary for Nigar Sultana.
A nice flick of the wrist. Made it into a low full toss. It was full. Sort of a bait, but she's taken and played it away from the fielder. One of those rare occasions when the boundary has come in front of the wicket. Most of the boundaries today for Bangladesh have been behind the wicket, mostly of edges.
The Full toss had a big contribution to it this time. She rectifies her length. Sophie Molyneux, player of the match in the previous game. It's one of the young spinners who came in, doing a great job. Yes, Jonathan had been the left arm orthodox spinner for Australia for quite a few years, but she's been replaced now by this young Sophie Molyneux.
A bit of a yes and no. The previous occasion, I think the second run was on.
Onto the stumps. Again, goes for a single, a quick one, and make it safely.
Now this is good. This is positive from the Bangladesh batters, and some positivity evident now in the 16th over. Better late than never. Could have been a close call. Throw in. Direct hit. You never know. When they get it direct, never know.
Seen a couple of run-outs in the Australian batting innings though, in the previous match. Well fended off again. Defending the good ones there, Captain Nigar Sultana.
Bangladesh also guilty of three run-outs in the first ODI. I want to repeat that.
Yeah, the intent has been there. They've been playing much better in terms of the run rate. Played lesser dot balls as we see the end of the 16. Bangladesh go past 50. It's 51 for 5. So Leachfield getting padded up. She'll have her helmet on, which gives us the indication there will be a lot more close-in fielders now as the spinners operate from both ends. Was supposed to be a battle between the spinners from both sides, but so far Australian spinners really trumped the Bangladeshi spinners even in their known conditions. Litchfield brought into short leg, getting her protective padding on.
Right foot, like on the line.
Now from both ends we see spin, which has been the call of the day, especially in the second ODI where Australia, they didn't even use Sutherland in the first two matches, so they went mostly with spin. Gardner coming in. Come on! Another quickly fed single there.
Key there was that she played with soft hands, not exactly where she intended to push it, but she gets the single the very first delivery and gives the strike back to Jyoti. I think Jyoti is sort of in a mission. It's a deep square leg, much squarer in front.
Well fended off there, played in front of the wicket.
See, if you start playing those strokes, you know, and if you can get it up and above those fielders, you start playing with the captain, the opposition captain, and she has to think about her field positions. The bowler also, she's thinking of playing with the batter's head. Her counterpart, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she's putting a short leg for her. If she goes hard at them and gets a few boundaries, then Australia will be on the back foot.
Gardner's been bowling in good lines, good channels, swept away this time, one of her go-to shots, Nigar Sultana, but there's protection in the deep. Just the one fielder in the outfield there, patrolling the boundary.
And for sure, they've done their homework well. It's not only doing your homework, but also about executing, not giving much away. Yes, Jyoti likes to play that sweep, as you mentioned, it's her go-to shot. There's the sweep, putting that fielder, Phoebe Litchfield,
Catch it.
in some sort of trouble, some sort of danger. Wouldn't bother her, but again, it's only that deep backward square leg. Now Rabia Khan's batted up.
She'll have to be focused. Might be called into action anytime, but that was nicely fended off. Another quiet over. After 17, it's 53 for 5.
Can you come this side? Ash, can you come like a square mid wicket, please? Come off like that, about 6 or 7.
Sophie Molyneux, oh, beats of a delivery, ideal delivery, dream delivery for left arm spinner, coming around the wicket to the right-handed batter, around that off stump, outside the off stump corridor. In fact, it pitched up on the off stump and then turned away. Now peel and given. Jyoti seems disappointed. Tanveer Ahmed raises the finger. Was she the last hope for the Tigresses? The captain, she has to make that long walk back as they celebrate, and elated are the ladies in green and gold, and why not?
Excellent there again from Sophie Molyneux, getting that extra turn. Yes, there might have been a slight touch from Jyoti's gloves. She was enticed to play that shot, but the extra turn and bounce, just look at that. Jyoti turned back, but seemed a bit surprised at the finger being raised by the umpire. If they look at it from another angle, it was a nice take behind the stumps as usual by the captain. Jyoti has to depart. Another disappointing knock from her. She goes off for 16, which is still the highest score for Bangladesh by an individual in this game. Spinners coming in and back in action straight away. Sophie Molyneux starting from where she left in the previous game. Came in, immediately had an impact. Of course, she'd be a very important factor for Australia as they're moving ahead, preparing themselves for the upcoming T20 World Cup to be held here in Bangladesh. Sophie Molyneux relishing her opportunity. Rabia Khan just saw her padded up a few moments ago. Straight away called into action. One of the young Bangladesh women done well with both bat and ball. Again, beaten by turn. She's getting some sharp turn there, Sophie.
Yeah, she got the Bangladesh captain's wicket in the second ODI also. Got Nigar Sultana Jyoti leg before on that occasion. Now this one, the slider, not much turn on this occasion, but there's a fair bit of turn on offer of this trip. She slow it down, give it some air.
She'd want to finish her over well, and she does. Yet another maiden wicket for Sophie Molyneux. The over ends, it's 53 for 6.
You could do that, yeah.
Ashley Gardner starts off with a wide. The batter will have to be careful. Leg stump was quite visible. Lowest for Bangladesh women in ODIs is 60. Did it against South African women on this field itself back in September 2012. So still 6 runs away from that. Are the Tigresses. Flick shot, luckily for her, did not go all the way to Lana King.
Batters really giving in to the trap set by Australia. Still have the forward short leg in. Phoebe Litchfield in that position. Kept low, but still playing with the turn. Sharna Akhtar doesn't have a lot of gap to play with. Short fine leg and the mid wicket in position. Sharna's got a start. She might want to capitalize on that. Ashley Gardner showing her experience, going round the wicket, trying to defeat the batter from all angles possible.
Trying to cut down that angle and make her play some stroke. She comes down the wicket. Good response. Some positive response from Sher-e. That's the way to go. You don't have much to lose. You've lost the series. You were booked out under 100 on both occasions. Got to show some intent.
Yeah, and she's stepping out, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, which is a positive. Could have gone to hand, but placed that safely. Another over done. After 19, it's 54 for 6.
Well, when you come around, she's not quite there for that.
Unless you want me to go like over 45, but...
Yeah. Then she should come into the play.
We have the bowling card
if
for
that's
Australia
your
women,
So as soon as you
all
get a
amongst the
stumble on, she
wickets
can't
except
exit
for
out.
Sutherland and Gardner. But they've all been economical. Faster bowlers did the job right within the power plays as Sophie Molyneux continues.
No, Parvez, that bowling card, 5 wickets amongst the seamers. Kim Garth and Ellis Perry on such a surface. Tells you a lot. Sophie Molyneux, not much turn on this occasion, but they've been bowling well. Sophie Molyneux and Ashley Gardner, who speak of bowling in tandem, bowling in partnerships. Perfect example on display, and so it was when Kim Garth and Ellis Perry were bowling also. You know, and oh, tentative, omitted right at the right time, Rabia. Yes, you look up to them, you respect. They are the world champions, of course. But you also need to try at least bring your A game against the top sides, because these are the opportunities to make a name for yourself.
Yes, we've looked at the Women's Premier League. That's something that the women playing cricket will look up to now, would want to get a place in that. You'll have to shine, you'll have to perform well. Rabia Khan fends one more off, so we're heading towards another maiden over here. It's been a struggle overall for Bangladesh in this innings, just where they left off from the previous 2 matches with their batting.
Both the spinners have also rushed it quite a bit. Another maiden. Sophie Molyneux, 1 for 7 of her 4 overs, tells you how tight she is bowling. Bangladesh 54 for 6 after 20. Time for a change in the commentary box.
Nasha, welcome back. What have you made of the start so far?
Well, I can speak about the proceedings in the press box. Looks like there can't be 2 Ghoshas at the same time on air. Shaman Nai makes way. In comes Onisha.
That was edged, but single taken nonetheless. That has actually been the story for Bangladesh. They've scored a lot behind the wicket.
Contrary to the second ODI though, they have been able to penetrate the 25-yard inner circle way more today. Remember, in women's cricket, it's a 25-yard inner circle, not the 30-yard circle that you have in men's cricket. Drift and turn there from Ashley Gardner. And out in the middle, we have 2 youngsters who were both part of Bangladesh's under-19 T20 World Cup side.
That was well hit. She finds the gap. Positive intent from Rabia Khan as she gets the boundary. You were saying, the youngsters showing no fear.
Absolutely, and that slog sweep that she played, Rabia, happens to be the favorite shot of her batting partner, who's at the non-striker's end right now, Shauna Akhtar.
There was an improvement, definitely, going after Gardner, playing with the spin. That was an important aspect of that shot. She gets off the mark with the boundary, then fends off the other one. Bangladesh going past 50. We were looking at the lowest scores for Bangladesh in ODI cricket. Lowest is 60 versus South Africa back in 2012.
It looks like they are going to evade that, are they? Even as another wicket falls, the 7th in the innings, Rabia Khan has to depart. Vrinda Rathi gestures that it is going to be another wicket for the Australians. Ashley Gardner strikes just the solitary boundary for Rabia Khan as Bangladesh slump to 59 for 7. The 19-year-old has to walk back.
Just having a look at, yes, she went and played across the line. Was pretty close to the pads and gloves as well, but the umpire had no hesitation. Gardner gets yet another one. She was already the highest wicket taker in this series so far with 5. Picks up another one. Take her tally to a few more. She's been such an important player for Australia, both bat and ball. Bangladesh lose their 7th, and in comes Nahida, vice captain of the side. Came into the international scene when she was just a teenager. She's been in the circuit for 9 years and she's just 24 years old.
The vice captain of the side is their leading wicket taker in ODIs. Notched up the accomplishment after the first ODI. Speaking of accomplishments, she's just broken into the top 10 of the ICC Women's ODI rankings for bowlers. The rankings were updated and announced only yesterday. Another testing delivery from Ashley Gardner, who herself has moved up on all 3 charts. Batters, bowlers and all-rounders. She entered the top 5 of the bowling rankings, moved up to the 2nd spot in the ranking for the all-rounders.
Is that another one? The umpire is unmoved though. Vrinda says Nahida might survive this time. Gardner getting a lot of turn and bounce. We'll have to look into having to play all these deliveries. She had some proactive movement, went forward and then back. Thankfully did not have a glove to it. That's what Leachfield is there for. As Gardner finishes another over.
Lots of interesting field placements we've seen from Alisa Healy. A silly mid-off, short leg, trying to be as much in the eye line of the batters. They're low on confidence. They're trying to pile on to their misery. The Australians will have more green and gold. Very, very close to the batters as Sophie Molyneux will continue from the media box end.
Absolutely in-your-face stuff from Australia right now. Shauna nudges it down for a single. Gets off strike. She's done that pretty often. All her runs mostly coming through singles. She's taken quite a few quick singles in the meantime, but the challenge for Bangladesh remained. Still haven't seen Alana King come in. She's the player of the match in the first match with her excellent bowling spell as well as some fireworks that she showed. Hit 3 sixes in that final over of the first match, which took Australia beyond 200. That was more than enough for them to beat Bangladesh by a thumping 118 runs. Molyneux continues. Neither was late to react.
Yeah, unable to read the turn from Molyneux, who's had a stellar 1 month or so.
Great stuff out of you, sir. Doing a great job,
Delivered a starring performance in the final of the Women's Premier League for the Royal Challengers Bangalore.
Oh, that was suicidal from Nahida Akhtar. Absolutely misjudged the turn. Sophie Molyneux gets another one. Nahida goes for a duck.
Bangladesh are reduced to 64-7. Sophie Molyneux picks up her 5th wicket of the ODI series. It was adventurous on the part of Nahida Akhtar. Danced down the track, but she will have to go back to the hut. Sophie Molyneux's left arm spin proves way too much for the Bangladeshi vice captain. Easy peasy as far as the glove work behind the stumps from Alisa Healy is concerned. Probably warranted some discretion from the senior campaigner, Nahida.
I mean, she would be disappointed. The team was looking onto her to at least try and play out a few overs. Bangladesh finding it so difficult to play out the entire 50 overs in this series against Australia. I think they knew what they were going to face in this series, the quality of bowling, quality of fielding, kind of situations they would be put in, but maybe the kind of quality that the Australians produced was beyond what the Bangladeshis thought or prepared for. As the new batter comes in, the only thing right now is to just try and survive. As long as you're in the wicket, some runs will come in. Have to try and give something for the bowlers. Try get at the Australian batters. Would be a very difficult task for them overall.
New batter in is Sultana Khatun, the off spinner, who is struggling against the spin of Sophie Molyneux right now. That's the end of the over. Another effective one for Australia.
Just the struggle continues for Bangladesh, and the Australians enjoying themselves here in Dhaka. Both the ODI series, we'll have the T20 series as well. Starts on the 31st of March, then the second match on 2nd April, the third and final T20 on the 4th. So we see some young spectators in the stands. Good to see women's cricket in Bangladesh in the ascendance. Speaking of having a good time, Annesha, how has your stay been so far here in Bangladesh?
It's been great. And the chance to be in Bangladesh while the country celebrated its Independence Day, which was yesterday. No training for the Bangladeshi women, from what I heard. They spend their time at the hotel, drawing up some plans to hopefully muster a counter-attack. So far, not much success to that end. But Sharna Akhtar can bat.
She goes big. Ball is in the air, falls into no man's land. Much to the despair of Elena King, was chasing that from inside. There's no one in the outfield around the boundary to go and take that, but that was brave from Sharna. Showing a bit of desperation right now, but taking too many risks. There's so many overs to play yet.
Plucky indeed from the 17-year-old Sharna Akhtar, who loves watching Hardik Pandya. Is a leg spinner, and during the Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup in South Africa last year, had a chance to have a bit of a conversation with a batting legend from across the border, Mithali Raj, the former India captain, who was quite impressed with her 7 sixes in a practice match against eventual champions India. Went on to hit a 48-ball 70-plus knock. Scored a 50 in the tournament proper, the Under-19 T20 World Cup against South Africa. With the ball, she's shown what she can do with her leg spin. Has a 5-wicket haul in international cricket to her name.
This time, the finger goes up again. It was bat on to pad. Sharna smiles away, but still has to make that walk back. Another wicket for Ashley Gardner, another wicket for an Australian spinner. The domination continues.
A slightly bemused smile, chuckle even, from Rabia Khan. Did it hit the bat at all? Phoebe Litchfield at short leg claimed the catch. There was no second thoughts about whether it was a clean catch or not, but whether at all it hit the pad, hit the bat, was the question. Brinda Rathi didn't think twice, felt it was indeed out. Ashley Gardner continues to make inroads, chips away at the Bangladeshi batting lineup.
And just looking into the field setup from Australia, they really did not leave anything unturned. They even went on to keep this forward short leg constantly for Ashley Gardner. They knew the inside edge would come into play, the bat pad would come into play as the Bangladeshi batters try to negate the spin and bounce from Gardner. A couple of decisions that came against the Bangladesh batters. Might be feeling unlucky. Faima Khatun one and the other was Ritumoni. Oh, that was well bowled again. Onto the back foot. It was Faima Khatun who had to go out, and then we see Sharna getting out in this over as well. Marufa is in here, wearing jersey number 90. He's always in smiles. He'll have to do something with the bat. She's impressed so much. The ball in hand, the only out and out fast bowler for Bangladesh. As the over ends, another successful one for Ashley Gardner. After 23, it's 64 for 9.
No, she wanted the strike. Yeah. What's the strike?
Little bit.
We have a change in the commentary box. Anisha Ghosh being replaced by Mahfuz Alam, who has a wry smile in his face.
Whatever the situation, we have to smile because we have to stay good, right? But the condition is not that much good on the scoreboard. 64 for 9. Oh! Was there a chance? A bit of a peel and went to the upstairs.
Well, another opportunity there. Could be soft, but nonetheless another chance for Australia to get Bangladesh all wrapped up. This is the last wicket partnership. Back leg was just in, it seems, but the third umpire will give his final decision. Lisa Healy just taking fraction of seconds to take the bails off. She's been so good at it, one of the best in the world in what she does. Marfa Akhtar survives, apparently. Umpire Tanvir Ahmed still waiting for final confirmation as we see the couple of slip fielders. Then the silly point in there as well. Looking into the overstepping situation there, just to confirm. That seems okay, Mahfuz?
Yeah, it's a fair delivery, no doubt on that. And yeah, that's the point that you have to watch. Yeah, so from here, what we can see, maybe that will be the decision, and maybe the decision will be, you know, the not out for the batter, Marufa Akhtar. Yeah, here she goes. Big turn, and couldn't face it convincingly.
So both the batters here doesn't have a lot of credential in terms of statistics, I would say, in one-day cricket. This time she goes over the top. Marufa just gets it over the top of the mid-on fielder. Just running back, Ashley Gardner gets herself a couple of runs. Whatever they score from here on.
ABP, is this the first aerial shot that we watched today?
There were a couple more from Sharna. She played some big shots, just went over the infield though. Finding it really hard to time those balls. Marufa, just looking at her, it always is fun watching her because she's always in smile. She's enjoying the game.
Yeah, she enjoys the green, no doubt on that. Very close field setup we are watching. And no chance for Marufa this time. Just 2 runs from this over. Moulinho on her 6th over got 2 wickets.
Get some room. That is a rare misfield. The ball is racing towards the boundary there. Will be cut off safely. Scampering for the third. Every run important for Bangladesh now as the end of the over. 5 coming from it. An expensive over in context. Look at the replay. Very rare misfield there in the infield. And had to go and chase that. Harris getting her place for the first time in this series. Mainly a T20I player. She was chosen for the T20Is, but an injury to Darcy Brown, one of the fast bowlers, just before Australia took the flight. And Harris had to come in and join the 14 here, the squad for Australia. She gets a game in this one.
After 2016, she just played one game back in 2023. So here is once again for the confirmation. Safely saved. There was no mistake. It's a very nice fielding, we can say.
Back live, Ashley Gardner once again chopping in. Ball is turning, but well fended off.
What a tremendous series going for Ashley Gardner. She's a super bowler. This time also flighted delivery, inviting the batter. That's sort of, tempting. And Marufa, she has a brave heart, we can say. She was going for it, but getting into the inside edge.
That's smashed straight over the top. Will it have enough legs to reach the boundary ropes? It does. Marufa Akhtar steps out and gets a boundary for Bangladesh. Very important one. What the batters couldn't do is to really take the bowlers on, especially when the ball is flighted in. Gardner keeps enticing the batters to play the big shots. Marufa so far has succeeded with a couple. That was quicker. Flipped off her legs. Marufa, is she an all-rounder? Is she turning out to be an all-rounder nowadays?
And that was a very good improvisation, going to the back foot and playing that shot with the roll of the wrist. It's not that much easier. Usually we see this sort of shots from the proper batter, but Marufa did that, coming at number 10. Sultana this time going into the line and defending the ball perfectly, no risk, and already 5 runs from this over. Very good over for Bangladesh.
So it's off spinner to off spinner. Sultana Khatun had a great start in the first ODI. She picked up a couple of wickets. Now she goes for it straight again, over the top. The result is the same. Another boundary from the bat of Sultana Khatun this time. Players in the dugout enjoying it. Some late entertainment from the Bangladesh tail end. As another over is done after 25. It's 78 for 9. Look at that. Winds up big. The big back lift and then goes over the top. So Ashley Gardner conceding highest number of runs in an over in this innings. The Bangladesh dugout would just wish they had a better opportunity or a better chance. The top order, middle order, if at least a couple of them could have clicked or stayed back in the wicket, things could have been different.
Marufa Akhtar scored 11 from 12, and this is the third double-digit score in the scoreboard. And this time, Fuller went for the up, and fielder, she is chasing. Finally, 2, 3. There is a bit of confusion. Finally, they completed the runs. That was eventful. 3 from this delivery. Marufa, she's not gonna stop.
Yeah, went for it again. It's making it tough for the Australian fielders fielding in mid-off and mid-on. They're having to run back quite a bit. Grace Harris on that occasion. Sultana back on strike. Sophie Molyneux has been so good, keeping to herself, taking the place. The senior spinner, Jess Jonathan, who's been part of the Australian side for quite some time now. But Sophie Molyneux, she is going to be important for them. That goes down the leg. A rarity from her, but another run for Bangladesh nonetheless.
after the collapse, some sort of entertainment at the end from these two batters. They are playing with their heart, and they are charging. Went for the back foot into the gap. Will be a boundary once again. That's amazing, and eye-pleasing as well.
Oh, these are the words that weren't associated with the Bangladesh batting, at least for the first bit of it. It was amazing, was eye-pleasing. So some entertainment provided here, but in the process as well, these two batters giving themselves the runs that they would want to defend.
It's too late. This is the last wicket partnership for Tigresses. Flighted delivery, well defended, and so far you have got 8 runs from this over. Sophie Molinia.
Yeah, the Australians won't budge. They're still not putting up a fielder in the deep. They're still keeping everyone within the circle. There's still a slip and a silly point on. Ball goes to her straight. Phoebe Litchfield, the opener. Sophie Molyneux, tad bit expensive in this spell. She got 3 wickets for 10 runs in the previous match. So compared to that, tad bit expensive in this match. Bangladesh, the first match scored 95, second match it was 97. What can they do this time?
Can they go passing 97 today? There is the chance. Played late, and 2 fielders are chasing. But 2 runs to end this over. 10 from it. After 26s, it's 88 for 9. That's the batting card from the batters. Just 2 double digits, 16 from Nigar Sultana and 10 from Sharna Akhtar. But the 2 lower order batters, they are scoring runs. 10 from 10, Sultana and Marufa Akhtar, 14 from 13. 100 plus strike rate from Marufa.
Coming around. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Conversation is going on. Lisa Healy here, she wants to be serious because it was 63 when 9th wicket down. This time goes up once again, but fielder is there. There will be a single, but moral victory for the batters.
Finally, a fielder kept deep at long on. That's the region that both these batters kept on peppering since the last couple of overs. He struck the ball pretty well. Could be the template for the batters. T20 series coming in, straight to the hands. Harris takes the catch gleefully, her second one in this match. And Bangladesh are wrapped up for 89 in the 27th over. Marufa, after scoring 26, well, the partnership ends. It was a 26-run partnership. The last wicket. Still, Bangladesh failing to reach the 3-figure mark. Was an easy catch in the end. Was a nice shot. Catch was taken easily, straight to hand. Ashley Gardner picks up another one. So Bangladesh wrapped up all out for 89. The target for Australia in this third ODI, last of the series, is 90. The Australian women heading off pretty satisfied with proceedings.
So Bangladesh stuck into the 90s, and first match 95, second match 97, and third match the target is 90, but they scored 89. So not very much impressive. Here's the batting card. 16, the top scorer from the captain Nigar Sultana. And after that, you have to go for Marufa Akhtar, the tail ender, and she scored 15 from 14. And 10 from the two batters, Shorna, and also from the Sultana Khatun, and rest of the digits are telephone digit, you can say.
Yeah, sorry looking card for Bangladesh. Getting all out for just 89, but look at the extras column. Yet again, 20 extras given by Australia. That has been a big problem for them. But no problem picking up wickets. The spinners were on top, but the new ball did the job for Australia mainly. Two pace bowlers, Kim Garth, who missed out on the previous match, getting 3 wickets. Ellis Perry with 2, and the rest taken up by Sophie Molyneux and Gardner. So Gardner ends up with 3 for 25. Kim Garth was very impressive, 3 for 11. Ellis Perry had her 4 overs, 2 for 17. Sophie Molyneux continues her good vein of form. She picked up 2 for 23. So the fall of wickets was just on regular intervals. First on 0 and then on 8. Moving on. The last wicket partnership saved grace. Now we're going off to Annesha Ghosh. She's there with one of the Australian cricketers.
Bangladesh have been bowled out again, this time around for 89 runs. And I have with me the pick of the bowlers, Kim Garth, medium pacer, who took 3 wickets in her 7 overs, bowling 4 maidens. That's a whopping number of maidens to bowl in an allocation of 7 overs, Kim.
Yeah, look, really pleased to get an opportunity today and to bowl at the new ball again. And yeah, I guess, look, try to just keep it simple, swing the ball up top, and then once the swing came out of the ball, just try to bowl stump to stump. And yeah, it was really pleasing for me and the team as well. I think we bowled quite well as a unit.
Your captain won the toss for the first time this series, thankfully, and chose to field first. What were the conditions like up top when you took the new ball with Elise?
Yeah, look, I think the ball did a bit early, did swing, not for long, unfortunately, similar to the first game. But yeah, look, I think the spinner's got a bit out of the wicket as well, so tricky enough conditions, but yeah, backing our batting unit to get the job done.
The spotlight has largely been hogged by the spin attack of the Australian side. On away conditions, what do you make of your spinners' performance this time around as well? Ashley Gardner and Sophie Molyneux among the wickets.
Yeah, they've been awesome throughout the whole series. Yeah, look, I think we've got an incredible spin attack with a bit of everything. We've obviously got left arm, right arm off spin, and then 2 leggies as well. And I think they're probably the best spin attack in the world, and I think they showed it out there again today.
Final one, personally, how pleasing has it been for you to come back into the 11? You sat out the last game, Sophie Molyneux coming in, and to be taking 3 wickets and probably moving towards a CD sweep.
Yeah, very pleasing. I think every opportunity I get to play on this side is yeah, very pleasing, as I said, and yeah, I guess especially in conditions favouring the spinners, for the team to have faith in me and pick me again was really nice.
Put your feet up in the dugout, watch your batters do the talking here on. That's it in the mid-innings conversation with Kim Garth, Australia medium pacer.
So that was Sophie Gardner. Sorry, beg your pardon, it was Kim Garth, Australian fast bowler, picking up the 3 wickets as we're looking at the highlights of how things transpired. Kim Garth bowled very well in right channels. Her outswingers finding the slips more often than not. There were sporadic shots, a few wayward deliveries as well. Ellis Perry guilty of that, but she picks up a few of the top order batters. That was a very soft dismissal, by the way. Bangladesh were losing their way in the middle. Fahima not happy with that decision. Then it was up to Nigar Sultana to try and fight it out in the middle. Got a couple of boundaries, but then was beaten by turn and bounce from Sophie Molyneux. Rabia went for some big shots. Nahida fell off as well, but then It was up to the batters number 10 and 11, provided some late minute entertainment. Marufa and Sultana going for some big shots straight down the ground. That was a nice shot actually, one of the shots of the day. That was the last wicket. Bangladesh finally all out for 89. Just playing over 26 overs. So the target for Australia would be 90. Yes, you can see that. 90 from 300 balls. We'll be coming back very soon with the Australian batting innings.
Hello and welcome back to the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium. It's the third and final ODI between Australia women and Bangladesh women, where the world champions need only 90 runs of their 50 overs to make it a clean sweep of this series. This is the first bilateral series in which the Aussie women have come to Bangladesh for, and it's fair to say they've already conquered this fertile land of Bangladesh, as they've already won the series. 90 more runs to win, but it's been a disappointed batting display, joined by Annisha Ghosh. I think Bangladesh will take a lot of heart from this, but they still have quite a few pointers to learn from going forward to the T20 series, following right after this.
Australia sure do have the series in the bag, and most likely a second, 2 more points into their bag from this International Cricket Council Women's Championship Series. A third win on the trot on this first bilateral tour of theirs of Bangladesh. Remember, they're atop the ICC Women's Championship leaderboard with 12 wins and 26 points, while Bangladesh are ranked 7th next to India. Bangladesh have 4 wins from 17 matches, and the first 5 teams on that chart, along with hosts India, will qualify directly for the 2025 Women's ODI World Cup in India. Alyssa Healy and Phoebe Litchfield will most likely open the innings. Both batters will want to get some runs under their belt and try and seal off this game without having to seek the services of the rest of the lineup. The Bangladeshi bowlers, on their part, have been quite effective despite the lack of runs on the board, whether chasing or batting first. Their spin attack in particular have shown the kind of threat they can be as a unit, led by none other than their vice-captain, left-arm spinner Nahida Akhtar. You will expect Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladeshi captain, to bring in spinners from both ends. Elise Perry is already padded up. She took the new ball with Kim Garth, the pick of the bowlers from the Australian attack, with 3 wickets. Miserly as she's been in recent months, it's time for the chase.
Before that, the highlights. Australia won the toss. Healy put Bangladesh to bat first. That was the first wicket. Few edges, outside edge, but that was a brilliant catch taken by Phoebe Litchfield, diving to her left from the first slip. Faima Khatun looked good in front of the wicket. Times wayward was Elise Perry, but I don't think the Bangladesh batter succeeded in piling any sort of pressure on Elise Perry. With all that experience, she kept on getting wickets. So did Kim Garth, leading edge on that occasion. Ritu Moni, Faima was given out by Vrinda Rathe. Lack of partnerships was there, but then came the Nigar Sultana Jyoti along with Shorna Akhtar, tried to form a partnership, but then Jyoti was given out. The rest of the batters tried to take it forward from there, but Rabia was given out. Then Nahida came down the wicket to Molyneux, only to lose her wicket. It was in the air, but just a bit away from Alana King. Quite a few catches were on offer, and top sides such as Australia don't miss that. This was the last partnership which put on some runs to give Bangladesh, at least get them to as close as 100 as they could. Well, still good to see is that they are still in good spirits. Still some smiles going on. Well, you got to smile on Need to be positive as much as you can. I hope you agree on Nisha.
100%. There is a 3-match T20I series to look ahead to, not least a 5-match T20I assignment again at home against India, who will be touring in late April and early May, followed by the big one, the ICC Women's T20 World Cup in September, October. The two umpires are walking out, India's Brinda Rathi and Bangladesh's Tanveer Ahmed.
It's the 20+ run stand put on for the 10th wicket between Sultana Khatun and Marufa Akhtar, giving at least bare minimum respect to this total for Bangladesh, giving them 89. We saw Ellis Perry already padded up, eager to get on the field with the helmet on, was unbeaten on 35. But it's, as you pointed out, Alyssa Healy and Phoebe Lisfield, the usual suspects, already with the fist pump as they get on.
I think both would want to get on the right side of the scorecard in this game. Alyssa Healy, the captain, has made only 24 and 15 in this ODI series so far. Phoebe Litchfield's case is a bit of a study in the turn of fortune, since the India tour of hers has played 15 innings since that India tour across international assignments and the WPL, has only made a top score of 35, and that came during the WPL. She was scoring runs for fun, 250s and 100 in the ODI series against India, was taking blinders, and we did see her take a good one in the slips today. Can both of the openers of Australia show the kind of might and fluency that they've been known for? The top scorer on the Bangladeshi side, remember, was not any of their batters. It was the extras conceded by Australia's attack, 20 runs. That's been a theme across the 3 ODIs played so far, when the Bangladeshi batters have struggled to put bat to ball.
Yeah, 14 wides amongst them. And hence just mentioned that, don't think the Bangladesh batters capitalize on that, on wayward bowling. Alyssa Healy will begin proceedings on the striker's end. 24, you mentioned that score in the first ODI and got a start in the second ODI also, did Alyssa Healy. 15 of 29. So she got starts in both the innings but didn't carry on. Sultana Khatun from the media end, straight away an appeal, a loud appeal. They're trying to be noisy, which is quite evident from the very first delivery.
A loud and lively appeal from the infielders and the captain behind the stumps, as well as the bowler. Adele would be proud of that appeal, or let's say Lady Gaga, who's been rendered in various avatars on Australian women's cricket team social media, thanks to Emily Collin, the Aussie social media manager. Some good work being done by Emily there. Sultana Khatun, the off spinner.
Yeah, dot balls, a few dot balls from Sultana Khatun on the trot. Chirping away is Nigar Sultana Jyoti from behind the stumps, making herself heard and trying to motivate the bowler, telling her it's a spicy wicket, to enjoy herself. That bit straight on that occasion. She's kept a slip, deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket for Alyssa Healy. There's also a square leg inside the circle, fine legs inside the circle also, mid on and mid off, cover and point. Sultana Khatun coming away, much flatter appeal. I think that's close. Sultana was interested, Jyoti wasn't. Tanveer Ahmed is the on-field umpire along with Brinda Rathi today. Ali Arman Rajun on the TV duties. Here's the ball, much flatter. Was the front leg. She was quite deep into her crease. Much flatter again, outside edge. but dropped right in front of Rabia Khan, and the slip got in. Smiles of astonishment from Sultana. A maiden to start with for Bangladesh.
Some turn from the off spinner, not letting Healy get off the hook easily, and nicely intercepted by first slip Rabia Khan. The ball fell short. Off spinner from one end. Will it be Nahida Akhtar, the left arm spinner? It will indeed be the case. She'll be operating from the Thana end or the police station end at the Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium here in Minipur, Dhaka. Phoebe Litchfield on strike had an unforgettable Women's Premier League with the Gujarat Giants. Was bought for £1 crore, the first pick of the WPL auction. But she's shown the kind of potential she has. Is dubbed to be one of the superstars in the making. But here she needs to make the runs before the ODI series segues into the T20I format.
Litchfield's off the mark on the very first delivery. She got out for naught in the first ODI and was run out in the second one, only for 5 runs. She's happy to give the strike back to Alyssa Healy. There is a deep backward square leg and a long off for Nahida. Flatter, nicely timed in front of square. And she's timed it so sweetly that it defeats that fielder at square leg, brings up the first boundary and her first runs, Alyssa Healy.
Picked it up nice and easy and early. There was a fielder there, but it was way too quick for her to reach. No dive put in.
It was a quicker delivery coming round the wicket. Quicker, flatter again. And I think, you know, if you're bowling quicker to Alyssa Healy, you're playing into her hands, you're giving her that advantage, just as it was on display in the very first delivery. Fair bit of turn, slowed it down a bit.
Nahida Akhtar is only 24 years old, but has a lot of international experience under her belt, is deputy to Nigar Sultana Jyoti in the Bangladeshi side, hails from Kishorganj district in the Dhaka division, grew up in Dhaka, is the leading wicket taker for Bangladesh in ODIs, was the first Bangladeshi woman to win the ICC Player of the Month award that happened in November 2023. She's an astute bowler, and guess what? She's pursuing 2 degrees at the moment. One in economics from Dhaka University, an undergraduate degree in political science as well, because she believes there is a future for her post the completion of her playing career, whenever that is to come about. Has grown up looking up to the former Bangladesh captain Salma Khatun, debuted under her, and now she's marshalling the young generation of Bangladeshi women cricketers alongside the inspirational figure in Nigar Sultana Jyoti, who's currently trying to get her field placements as spot on as possible.
So operating spin from both ends is Nigar Sultana Jyoti. We didn't see Marufa bowl in the second ODI. Still no signs of her with the new ball now at least. Sultana coming round the wicket to Phoebe Litchfield. Now for her too, the similar ploy. Long off and deep backward square leg are the two fielders outside the 25-yard circle in the power play. Flighted inside out. There is fielder. Well fielded. I think it's Fahima over there. Definitely saved a couple of runs, but the Aussies have come back for a second also.
Yeah, that's very good from Fahima Khatun, setting the tone on the field. The senior player can go on to have a rub-on effect on the other fielders, considering fielding hasn't been the strongest suit of this Bangladeshi unit, as we've seen. They are a work in progress as a team. Lot of good work being done by head coach Hashan Tilakaratne and spin bowling coach Dinuka Hettariachi. They've got to intercept those singles and twos that both Litchfield and Healy will try eking out to put the pressure on the hosts. Good use of the feet there from Phoebe Litchfield.
Straight to that fielder mid-on. Now, I understand why Nigar Sultana Jyoting is opting for spin. You know, more reliable bowlers trying to slow it down for the Aussie batters, but the way Kim Garth and Ellis Perry started proceedings with the new ball, the way they bowled length. We'll come back to that story. It's the end of the over. After 3, Australia women are 7 without loss. Yeah, there you can see Ellis Perry, stalwart for the Australian women's cricket, already padded up. Nahida will continue. Played off the back foot, but as I was saying on Nesha, you know, I feel that someone like Marufa should have been given a couple of overs at least, because examples are set in front of you how to bowl length. They bowl test ball lines and lengths right out throughout. And that's beautifully played. Off the back foot, just punched it in front of square, going away through covers for 4. Another boundary. In fact, the second of Alisa Healy's bat.
Yeah, maybe a combination of spin and pace to start off the chase, especially considering Marufa is high on confidence with that innings she played with the bat, hitting strongly down the ground when the more established batters in the side did not prove up to the task in the face of the Australian attack.
Now overcompensating. The previous delivery was too short. Now this was too full. Just that Alisa Healy doesn't want to take a risk. But I completely agree with your point, and exactly what I was trying to point out also, that, you know, there were tremendous swing bowling on display in the past 2 days from the Aussies. And that shows an example and sets an example for someone like Marufa.
And speaking of pace bowling resources, we just saw on the screen Tyler Vliming on the bench. She hasn't gotten a game yet. Is one of the most exciting pace bowling talents going around in world cricket across the men's game or the women's game. Drift and turn into the left-hander Phoebe Litchfield.
Taylor Vlaming is also making a comeback. Has been through her injuries. It's quite the story, but what she offers is some lethal pace. You know, and again, a great opportunity with the T20 World Cup to be hosted here.
Australia have made a couple of changes to their 11 today, with batting reinforcement coming in from Grace
Was
Harris.
that an edge? Was that an edge? I think I heard something. Was that a catch? Plus, there was this opportunity for stumping Phoebe Litchfield out. Let's have a look at it. She came down the wicket. Delivery was much flatter. Was that a catch? And definitely a stumping opportunity.
The body language is a dead giveaway from the captain. Big miss from Nigar Sultana Jyoti. And she would be kicking herself for letting go of what could have been the first breakthrough. Litchfield hasn't been in the best of form. She danced down the track. Nigar Sultana Jyoti wasn't able to collect it cleanly, and that cost her the opportunity. Some early strokes of luck for the visitors. Not a tall order to achieve in terms of the target, but luck is proving to be on the side of the opening batters.
Yeah, she comes down the wicket to the pitch of the ball and wings deployed. Goes downtown for a maximum. Does Alisa Healy. She is enjoying herself in the middle.
That's a trademark Healy shot. When she connects, it remains connected and more often than not will fetch her side a boundary. Gave it quite the Humpty. Down the ground and out of the perimeter it went.
Much fuller. This time she plays it off the back foot. Delicate touch. Looking to come back for the second. Litchfield says not there.
Healy's had quite a great run so far in terms of her captaincy. ODI series win against India, followed by one at home against South Africa. She is eyeing a clean sweep on this assignment. She'd also be looking to get some runs under her belt before the T20I leg of the tour, which will prove to be a preparatory exercise for the reeling world champions across limited formats cricket ahead of the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh in September-October.
Went for the reverse. Ricochet of Jyoti's gloves. It's a good take at the end by Rabia in the slips. Pretty close, not too far away from the bat.
And you can see the veteran in Elise Perry trying to cheer Litchfield on. Come on, Phoebes. She hollered from the dugout. She knows the importance of Phoebe Litchfield in the current scheme of Australian women's cricket and the future. So a little bit of encouragement can do her confidence a world of good. The ICC Emerging Player of the Year 2023 was Phoebe Litchfield. Has endured a lean patch since Australia's tour of India. Is struggling to time, as we have seen across the three ODIs. Fell to a duck in the first game.
Six of the first delivery and a single followed it. Makes it 7 runs of this over. Pretty good one for Australia. They cruise along. It's 19 for no loss. Nahida will continue, but seems the Aussie batters are... Oh! Oh! What a delivery. Slowed it down a bit. Just draw Alisa Healy forward. Brings a wry smile on her face, also appreciating the bowler. As there's a change in the commentary box. Hamid bin Parvez replaces Nisha Ghosh.
Single taken right away. Right hand, left hand batting combination giving Australia a very solid start. Bangladesh had their chances, but still ruining those close opportunities, especially behind the wicket. The captain herself, Nigar Sultana, missed, caught behind, followed by a stumping opportunity. Speaking of Nahida, who's been in the circuit for 9 years. Oh, that was nicely bowled there. She is the only women's cricketer from Bangladesh to receive an ICC Player of the Month award. She did that after her brilliant performance against Pakistan in the home series back in November 2023. Litchfield trying to get to the pitch of the ball, but Nahida, who's gradually coming up the ranks in terms of the ODI bowlers ranking. I've mentioned this before. She's moved up 4 positions and now is within the top 10. That a cotton bowled opportunity. Phoebe Litchfield playing her time out in the middle. Important for her and for Australia. They usually mix and match their top order for the white ball cricket. For ODIs, Litchfield is the choice, but when we go into the T20Is, we've seen Australia going against South Africa. Mooney was the choice as an opener. The other left-hander who's playing in the middle order for Australia in the ODI series.
Fielded of her own bowling and applauded by the captain. It's a good over, just a single of it. 20 without loss.
The discipline from Bangladesh, especially from the bowlers in terms of giving out extras, has been good. Just conceded 5 runs and 7 runs in the previous 2 ODIs. So far have not leaked an extra run. We see another over coming in, so it's all spin. Spin from both ends. Still no signs of Marufa coming in, the only fast bowler in the side.
Yep. Played off the back foot. Easy pickings for someone of the caliber of Alyssa Healy. Bit of a shuffle. First was looking to come onto the front foot, but then shifted to the back foot and played it along with the turn, and there was no protection there. All she had to do was keep it away from that fielder at square leg, which was inside the circle, and she succeeded. You can't, again, bit of a lapse in the field, but if you give her that pace, if you're bowling it flat, it's not going to trouble such a great batter in Alyssa Healy. Back-to-back boundaries for her.
So good off the back foot, just can't give it there. An obvious lapse in concentration from the square leg fielder. Bangladesh already in the back foot now. Sultana exceeding a couple of boundaries, hasn't got a good start to the over. Good comeback though. Steps out, hits it over the top, clears the infield handsomely. A 6 to go with it. Alyssa Healy really now on the ascendancy.
She pitched it outside the off stump. That's what Jyoti is not happy about. He bowled outside the line, but doesn't matter. Alyssa Healy went to the pitch of the ball and punished her. Again, if it's flat, it doesn't worry her, because when they hit, she's such a clean hitter that she hits it away. It's been an expensive over. 14 runs. There it is. Flight, a bit of flight on offer, and she left it, let it be. She's already gotten 14 runs of this one. After 7, it's 34 without loss.
So just two bowlers being used by Nigar Sultana. Both the spinners, that expensive. Could see change in the attack anytime. Back to live action.
Played off the back foot. She's played it late. Phoebe Litchfield. You know, it's like positivity rubbing off. Simple. You don't have a big target and your captain is leading from the front. It eases the pressure off you. What you have to do is just give her company. Tad bit tentative on this occasion. Rabia Khan, the new bowler, opting for spin yet again. Is Jyoti. Coming round the wicket is Rabia. Can she get a wicket? Flatter again, straight back to the bowler.
It's been a tough learning experience for Bangladesh overall in this ODI series. They had a camp, month-long camp in preparation for this, but hasn't gone to plan, especially the batting did not click at all. Jorked herself from that occasion. Phoebe Litchfield was saying she's really playing out those deliveries, spending a lot of time in the wicket, trying to get back into form.
You better flight on offer, and tell you what, if she was in form, she would have punished all these deliveries. Scored 260 runs in 3 innings of the India series. Very recently averaged 86. 2 half centuries and a century, as reminded by Onnesha. Certainly can be such a dangerous batter and such a good looking one. She plays it off the back foot, goes on to show her class, and that is why someone of the stature of Alice Perry from the dugout praises her on, backs her up.
Steps out again, single to finish the over. A neat one from Rabia nonetheless, but Australia remain dominant. After 8, it's 39 for no loss.
Going at 4.8 runs and over. Some other female cricketers also showing up. The Mirpur Sher-e Bangla to show their support for the Bangladesh women cricket team. Jyoti from behind the stumps, come on, you're the best, trying to motivate her bowler. You have to give it to Jyoti. She plays with a lot of heart, a lot of guts. What they need to do is learn from this. Reversed. Exactly what I said. That is the shorter part of the ground. 64 meters. Litchfield gets it off the meaty part of the bat, and tell you what, I think she's back in song.
Magnificent. Now starting to improvise as well, playing with the turn. Saw that gap behind point. The connection was just about perfect from Litchfield. Challenge for Sultana. That's gone. First wicket for Australia. Phoebe Litchfield has to depart right after that fantastic shot. Sultana gets her one more time. She's making her long walk back there. Phoebe Litchfield was just the highs and the lows in immediate deliveries. Sultana muted celebration. So looking to the replay. It's just chipped back. Hit hard. Well taken in the end.
Center. Little bit. Center. Need to come.
Phyllis Perry comes in. That helmet that she's carried throughout all these years. She's played more than 300 international matches. First wicket down for 43, so they're nearly halfway there, Australia. Aiming for that clean sweep and full points to add into the ICC Women's Championship. There is protection in the deep. Perry gets off the mark with a couple. That ends the over. Successful one for Sultana. After 9, it's 45 for 1. Ricochet of the stumps actually. Good chase down there by Fahima, but well retrieved in the end. Mahida comes back, she's keeping at it. Into her fourth over. Beg your pardon. Lisa Healy practicing for the upcoming T20I series, it seems, batting at a strike rate of more than 100. It's big drift and turn there by Nahida, still searching for her first wicket. Has become the highest wicket taker for Bangladesh in women's ODIs. Went past 53 wickets. The first match of the series.
Good ball, nice. Well done.
It's well driven. Lisa Healy and Eris Perry, the duo for Australia, have done it all, have seen it all. Do have large cabinets in their homes with individual accolades as well as collective ones for Australia. Edge towards third man. Fahima has the chase on. Couple of more runs there to add to Australia's scoreline. Inching into 50, batting at a run rate of around 5. The edge there brings out a green from Nahida. Still not able to get the breakthrough, the wicket that she wants. After 10, it's 48 for 1.
Power play. Power play coming. Power play. That over.
Just a single there as Rabea continues. This is her second over. One of the few leg spinners that Bangladesh have in their starting lineup. Fahima, Sharna, the other two. So welcome Mahfouz.
Yeah, thank you very much. What a good start for Australia. 49 for 1 after just 10. Elise Perry and Alisa Healy, both experienced campaigners, are there right now. And captain leading from the front, 33 from 29. Went to the back foot. That's the thing that you have to play here accordingly. If you play spin, you have to be strong and back foot, and you can make some room and play good shots as well.
And that's what she's been doing. At least Alisa Healy showing the way. This time she steps out. Looking pretty comfortable, the two Australian stalwarts.
Definitely surprising. No Marufa today yet. And if we talk about the second match, also there was no Marufa. A bit surprising call from the captain.
Yeah, she comes down to bat at number 11, scores some runs. So she's starting to have a change in role.
Rabea flighted delivery into the channel, and batter defended well. Once again, that's the line and length. The captain will definitely want from her bowlers, but what happened, the scorecard is not that much healthier, you know, to find some hopes for Bangladesh. End of the over. After 11, it's 49 for 1. Beg your pardon, it's 50 for 1 after 11. And this is Nahida. Nicely cut away of the back foot and went for the boundary.
They're trying to finish this off as quickly as they can. Elise Perry into action now. Nahida starting to prove to be a bit expensive there. Wasn't a bad delivery. Just got a little bit of room, rocked onto the back foot. Elise Perry so fluent on the offside. There's no protection in the deep, so Bangladesh just could make one breakthrough overall. Jyoti has put in 2 slips there, Mahfouz, but still finding it hard to create chances.
Yeah, 2 fielders in the slip column, and there is a fielder in the point, cover point, flighted delivery. The sort of misunderstanding can be a run out, but yeah, she was safe. The captain, Alisa Healy, she was saying, perhaps, no, don't go for the run.
Well, just looking at the current run rate, it's pretty easy going. So look at fourth umpire for this match, Safira Zakir Jesse. Some good news coming in for Bangladesh. 3 umpires getting into the developmental panel of ICC.
Making it very easy and simple for Australia, playing accordingly with the merit. So far, good going. Alisa Healy, captain, 33 from just 29, and Elise Perry on 9. Here goes the last delivery. That beats with the tar and ended with the dot. After 12, it's 54 for 1. Rabia comes in with 1 slip, flighted delivery.
Rabia has been good. She's been economical. She's picked up wickets when the opportunities came. Usually has her stock delivery that turns out. She has a good googly about her as well. That was a ripper from her. Just beat the outside edge. Alisa Healy trying to go big through the offside. Australia already past 50. Don't have much left to score. Just 38 needed.
Once again, flighted delivery and defended perfectly. What just said, going according to the merit of the ball.
Healy there looking for her first half century in the series. She's got a couple of starts, just couldn't make it big so far. The only 50 in the entire series coming from Sutherland, the innings that she scored in the first ODI.
Yeah, she's waiting for her 18th 50. Will be an uphill, finger goes up. Alisa Healy, important wicket. She departs. Very, very precious wicket for Bangladesh. 54 for 2.
Goodness me. Commentator Skar strikes again. We're just talking about her getting her next 50 in ODIs. She looked so comfortable, but look at that from Rabia. There was a lot of drift. Completely missed the line, played the forward defensive, but in the end, goes off for 33. A very good knock. Almost taking her side towards victory.
And wrong one, done the trick. She opened her bat, opened the face of the bat, but just was beat by the turn, and that was the wrong one. Definitely very good delivery from Rabia. Very young, talented cricketer. Just 19 years of age from Borishal. And so far going with just economy of 4, which is really good. Beth Mooney, another dangerous batter for Australia. 30 years of age. Played 72 international matches, 1650 and 300s.
She's a monster with the bat. Had a very good outing starting the end of last year, moving into this. Mooney. Another sharply turning delivery from Rabia, testing the batters now. The end of the over, a successful one from her. Wicket maiden. After 13, it's 54 for 2.
Oh, lovely. Happy? Beauty queen? আগে চলে এসেছো গুড দেখো খালা আমার যাইতেছে মানে পার্কে হাঁটতেছে দেখো ঠিক আছে জুস পাঠাবো পিঙ্কি এদিক এদিক আটি দাও
Nahida continues with 2 slips. Outside off, perfectly cut away. To cover. Fielders are chasing, but the ball will win the race. It's the boundary.
It's Ellis Perry again, just looking for that with outside off. And Nahida gave her that. It was a tad bit short, but look at how deep she was in the crease. Perfectly bisecting the 2 fielders over there. Easy going for Ellis Perry.
Will it be another one? Or Nahida? She will come back with a very good delivery. This time flighted into the leg stump. Played with roll of the wrist. Used the crease perfectly. But we were talking about that using this crease deep, going back, it makes easier to deal the spinners, especially here in the wicket of Mirpur.
Yeah, speaking of that, I mean, the Australian batters, we've seen how quickly they adjusted to conditions. Just took them tad over 15 to 20 overs in the first match to understand typology of the wicket. And then they started to adjust to it. At one point in the first match, they were 147 for 7. From there, they scored 213, which proved to be too much for Bangladesh. And then in the second match onwards, it was the Australian bowlers who took lead. Just look at this game again. Bangladesh batting first. Just bundled out an 89. And that literally doesn't give a chance to the bowlers. They don't have a target that they would want to defend.
Yes, rightly mentioned. If you talk about the Bangladeshi bowlers, they have a very good talent and they can deliver really good. But you need to put some healthy total on the board for the bowlers to defend. Flighted delivery into the block hole. Very good piece of fielding.
Good fielding of her own bowling, Nahida. Still looking for her first wicket in this match. She bowled well, but the initial attack from the visiting captain, Lisa Healy, really took the game away for Australia early on. That's short, driven away again, into the gap. The wrist protection. Rashida Khatun with the fielding effort, and the end of the over, 61 for 2. So just the 29 runs needed for a clean sweep for the reigning defending world champions Australia in the ODI format. They'll end the series, the ODI series, at good stead. Very confident display again with the ball. So we have a look at a few of the female spectators in the ground. Good to see.
Yeah, that's fine. Some spectators are there, though it's a working day here in Dhaka. But if we come to the bowling attack, it was a very good turn. Flighted delivery. It was turning away. It's back foot caught and perfectly placed. No chance for the fielder. There will be another boundary.
She's really peppering the offside field now. Elise Perry, yet another boundary through that region. Rabia flighting the ball. It was slow turn. Once she gets that cut right, Elise Perry, ball has only one destination to reach. That is the boundary. Moves on to 19.
Another loose delivery. Outside off, turning. It was turning away and just played with the turn into the extra cover. There is a protection in the deep, but nothing. These things will not be enough for Bangladesh because they did just 24 more runs and they have almost 36 overs.
A lot of time to kill, but not a lot of runs to defend for Bangladesh. Going through the motions right now.
Oh, it was coming in. That was a good delivery, but negotiated nicely. Reading the pitch and the turns very well. Aussie batters.
Absolutely, and Beth Mooney did get her chance in the 2 ODIs previously. Wasn't successful in the first one. When Australia batted first, she would also want to get back to form.
The way Australian cricketers are playing here, they made Bangladesh the visiting side. Seems like that.
Yeah, looked like more of the home side. The way they adjusted to the conditions. Batted pretty well while they were bowling. They were dominant over Bangladesh. Yet another over ends.
Yeah, there is a replacement here. Annesha Ghosh will replace Ahmed bin Pervez. Welcome back, Annesha.
Thank you very much. Looks like it's going to be yet another early end to the day for both teams and the production staff alike.
But the team will not be happy. But definitely a happier side, Australia.
Sultana Khatun, the off-spinner, back into the mix. Her parents are both retired police persons, by the way. She attributes much of her success to her mother, who she says gave her a lot of freedom to pursue this line of work. Flayed by Beth Mooney off the back foot for a 4. She's been expensive, Sultana Khatun, today. Dotted in, back and across, and off it went for a boundary.
Perfectly cut away, and they understood how to use that crease and how to play this sort of spin here. Oh, that was a good turn from the good length. Excellent comeback from Sultana, though expensive today, considered 33 so far.
You've got to appreciate how the Australians have adapted to the conditions here. Both Alyssa Healy, Elise Perry, and some of the other players have gone on to say that they do expect the conditions, especially the pitches, to be better and slightly different for the T20 World Cup. Not as extreme, if I'm to quote Annabel Sutherland. But they've adapted to the slow, low and variable bounce. There you go. More drift and turn to the left-hander.
Certainly, they might get different pitches in T20 World Cup, as expected. But as this is the bilateral series, Bangladesh tried on their way. Oh, that was a good effort.
Well
Finally.
intercepted by the fielder there. Marufa Akhtar, one of the more agile fielders. And it's a reflection of the work that's being done by the support staff members, including strength and conditioning coach Ian Durant, who's worked extensively in the women's cricket setup within the England Cricket Board for over 10 years, was roped in by the BCB last year with an eye, of course, to get the players stronger, sharper and more agile in the lead up to the home T20 World Cup. The support staff is, of course, helmed by Hassan Tilakaratne from Sri Lanka. Rabia Khan, the leg spinner, is back into action. She's got number 2 as her jersey number, and guess why she chose that?
What's the answer?
Mashrafe Mortaza has had a strong influence on
Though-
Rabia's life.
Though she is a spinner,
Had started out as a pace bowler.
Mashrafe bin Mortaza definitely an influencer for the young talented cricketers of Bangladesh, and he's a fighter. Back foot punch smashed away, and she gets the boundary.
One bounce and over the rope. Well played by Beth Mooney. Lofted it and will get a well-deserved 4.
And it's all about using the crease perfectly, going to the back foot and making the room, making the space for you and hitting the ball perfectly. This time a pitch flick. Good comeback from the bowler Rabia.
Yeah, the way she's maneuvering the field, threading those gaps, going for the lofted strokes, that's what makes Beth Mooney as special and as big an asset to the Australian side that she is. Some spectators have turned in today for the 3rd ODI. Alisa Haley, is she practicing some of her glove work without the equipment in the dugout?
Think so.
And
Just 10 more runs they need.
and while Beth Mooney goes about her business, her batting partner, Elise Perry, is stringing on another unbeaten knock, it seems like. Scored 35 in the last game.
Yeah, it seems. And there is nothing to lose another wicket from here, because everything is really in control, and the way the captain started that innings is so much easy for them to finish. Just 9 more runs needed. It's after 17, it's 81 for 2.
Bowling change coming right arm over. Nahi beshi odik jao aro jao.
Here is another over. Stepped out. Timed perfectly. There will be a chase, but ball will win the race. That's a boundary for Australia. And now they are on 85. Just 5 more runs they need to win this match by 3-0. Another flighted delivery. Just cut it to the point. Beth Mooney, 18 from 17. Once again stepped out, fumble in the cover. But they will be happy with a single. Not a satisfactory series for Bangladesh, because in every single match they ended up with poor performance, especially with the bat. First match 95, second match 97, and this match 89, bundled out. Dealing Fahima with front foot and stepping forward. Just 3 more runs to win this series. 3-0 for Australia. What a start and what a series they had here. Bangladesh will be concentrating on their batting and fielding. Once again, back foot caught. Good fielding in the end. Fahima using the flight, but Beth Mooney using the crease properly, playing with the back foot. This time pulled it, but there is a fielder in the deep. Will get just a single. After 18, it's 88 for 2. 2 more runs to win for Australia. Some spectators for Bangladesh, the host team. It was not that much pleasing performance from Bangladesh what they had previously against India or Pakistan. This time, the 7 times world champion, they have shown their class. They dominated. And finally, this is Marufa. Oh, maybe you all expected her with the new ball in the very first over, but it's very much unfortunate. They need just 2 runs, and Marufa is here. Outside off, full length, fielder is there. So are you feeling bad for Marufa? Because in second ODI, she was not brought in, and today, whenever Australia need just 2 more runs to win, then captain calls, Marufa, can you please come with the ball? And I'm just asking Ahmed bin Pervez, can you please come again?
Well, coming in at the wrong time for Marufa. Let's see if she can give some last-minute smiles to the Bangladesh crowd. Have come here to see just a little bit of success, just a little bit of inspiration from their side. Another single from Beth Mooney, just raced up to 21. Australia finishing things off in style. Sher-e back on strike. Scores are tied. You just need a run to get the clean sweep in.
Can Marufa get a wicket here? She's going over the wicket. Into the leg stump. Fuller played it on her fashion. Gets the boundary to finish this off. Australia wins, and this is 3-0 for Team Australia.
A lovely shot to end things off. Phyllis Perry, magnificent on drive. Australia winning the series 3-0. thumping, resounding victory from the world champions here, and a harsh learning experience for Bangladesh, being humbled at home by the world champions. Elise Perry staying not out. Just look at that elegance from Perry to finish things off. Target which was so below par. The only attempt from Bangladesh was to try and get a few wickets. Just were able to get 2. So in the end, it's a resounding 8-wicket victory for Australia.
Congratulations to Team Australia for winning this series 3-0, and definitely there are so many learnings for Bangladesh that they would like to learn from here, especially the batting and fielding as well, because we talked about fielding, so many fumbles, and the top order batters, they didn't take the responsibility perfectly. And that scenario was a bit better when Bangladesh played against India or Pakistan here in the home soil. They had some good moment to celebrate, but in this series there is nothing to celebrate except the learning.
Yes, sometimes you have to learn the hard way, as many of us do. And right now it's all up to Australia to move on to the T20I series, the ICC Women's Championship. Points were there for the taking, and Australia took all of them. So for Bangladesh, maybe just a few individual performances that could give them a bit of a lift, mostly from the bowlers, but unfortunately the Australian outfit in all 3 departments absolutely outplayed Bangladesh at home soil.
Here's the batting card of Australia, very much convincing. All the batters, they contributed, especially Alisa Healy, the captain, 33 from 34 deliveries. Litchfield couldn't, maximize, scored just 12. And Elisa Perry, 27, and Beth Mooney, 21, and won this match very easily. Let's go to Anisha Ghosh. She is sweating out there with an
as it
Australian.
gets, Australia have wrapped up a series sweep, winning the ODI leg of their first bilateral tour to Bangladesh 3-0. And I have with me Beth Mooney, who was out there in the middle with Elise Perry, finishing off the proceedings with the bat in a chase of 90. Beth, happy with how it went today in the third ODI?
Yeah, I mean, the bowlers certainly set the game up for us. So, really happy that the bowlers have got their plans well executed and getting us off to a decent start in the first innings.
It wasn't much of a challenge posed in terms of the target that you were chasing in the second ODI as well as this one. What did you make of the conditions batting? Because there was some efficacy elicited by the spinners.
Yeah, obviously they're pretty tough conditions over here to be a batter. I know the spinners and the pace bowlers have been getting a lot out of the wicket. You really have to be, I guess, disciplined as a batter and making good decisions all the time. And I thought Pez did that really well today, as did Elisa up the top. So we've certainly been challenged with the bat especially, and learnt a lot along the way.
Your young opener, Phoebe Litchfield, is going through a bit of a lean patch. As a senior, what do you tell her as a fellow left-hander as well? Because she's scored runs for fun on the India tour. We know the kind of potential has, earmarked as one of the superstars in the making.
Oh, I don't think there's such thing as lean patches. I think that's just cricket. Some days it works for you, some days it's a bit more of a grind and a challenge. We know the skill set that Phoebe has and the impact that she can have on the team. So I'm sure when the opportunity comes, she'll grab it with both hands and really make a big score. But we're all behind her, and we know that she's got the skill and the mindset to get through it.
You spoke of Pez playing the part with the bat as she did in the last match as well. But we are seeing her play a different kind of a role with the ball, sharing the new ball with Kim Garth this time around. Do you think Alisa Healy has taken a leaf out of the RCB book from the WPL?
Potentially. I think Midge makes her own decisions, to be honest. I think we've obviously gone in with 4 spinners in the last couple of games, so we've only really had 2 or 3 pace bowling options. So Pez has got the nod to get the ball at the other end and open the bowling. So I'm sure we'll see lots of different combinations throughout the rest of the series here and trying to fine-tune what our makeup will look like for that T20 World Cup.
You've stamped your authority on the ODI series. Go well in the T20I leg.
Thank you.
Happy. Yes, 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 yes. Aida. Keep bowling, lad.
But that was not enough, as the scoreboard was not that much healthy, and we have watched some very good shots. Perry and Beth Mooney finished the match on their style, played accordingly, according to the merit, used the crease properly, played with the back foot. That was one of the nice looking shot, and there was no chance for the Bangladeshi bowlers.
So that was the Australian innings. Bangladesh women, just a couple of wicket takers there. Sultana Khatun continued her good form with the ball. Rabia Khan with the other wicket, but Nahida, Fahima and Marufa goes wicketless. No extras from Bangladesh. That could have been the only positive from this bowling effort, but Australia making it easy in the end in the 19th over, getting what was needed, winning the game with 8 wickets in hand and 183 balls remaining in this match. The match summary: Bangladesh losing the toss, batting first, just 89 from 26.2 overs. Jyoti with the highest score there. Marufa coming in late, the 15, with just 4 batters, scoring double digits. The Australian bowling was fantastic, led by Kim Garth. Ashley Gardner got 3 as well, Perry with 2 and Sophie Molini with 2. In reply, Australia made it easy in the end. Alisa Healy top scored with 33. Elise Perry finished the game off along with Beth Mooney. Phoebe Litchfield showed glimpses of getting into form. In the end, Australia win by 8 wickets, going off to a short break, and after that we'll go straight into the presentation.
by 8 wickets, and that is where they sweep it clean. The series, the first bilateral series in which they've come here. So congratulations to Australia, and tough luck, commiserations to Bangladesh. I'll take this opportunity to introduce the presentation party. On my left, first up is Mr. Qazi Inam Ahmed, Director, BCB and Chairman, Bangladesh Tigers, Bangladesh Cricket Board. Next to him is Mr. Nizamuddin Chaudhary, Chief Executive Officer, the Bangladesh Cricket Board. Now, first and foremost, I would like to invite the Bangladesh skipper, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, to come and have a few words, please. Jyoti, it's been a tough series, of course, but few pointers from your side as a captain.
I think from the very first game we were in the back foot and we couldn't able to bounce back. And how we played actually, even though I am really surprised because this is not the way we actually played for the last 6 months. So it's totally surprising and
I'm out of the ball, I suppose. Yeah, just tried to keep the stumps in play as much as possible.
You bowled quite a few overs at the stretch. I bet the skipper was happy with how you were keeping one end tight.
Yeah, look, it was really nice to get out there today and get an opportunity to string a few overs together and find some rhythm. And I think, yeah, as a group as well, we bowled really well. So yeah, it was just great to get the job done.
You certainly did bowl very well as a group also. But speaking of conditions, of course, very different conditions than how it is at home. What do you think of the conditions? And of course, I'm sure you took a few tips of how to carry it forward to the World Cup also.
Yeah, look, obviously very different conditions to what we're used to, but yeah, look, a really good opportunity for us with these this series, I guess, to get out there and get used to conditions and yeah.
All right, congratulations. I'll let you go and join the girls. Kim Garth, the player of the match. Next, we're going to give away the award of the player of the series. Well, we had a few contenders, but one of them stood out. Ashley Gardner, with her performance with the ball and bat in hand. She's the highest wicket taker with 8 wickets and also scored 50 plus runs, is the player of the series. Congratulations, Ash. You had a brilliant series. How have you enjoyed it so far?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been challenging. I think Bangladesh have challenged us at different points throughout the series, and I guess it just gets us used to these conditions, which we're going to be coming back to in a short space of time. So I guess as a whole team, just making sure that we're sticking to our processes and I guess what works on these wickets as well. So I guess just wrapping our head around that and then looking forward to the T20 series as well.
Yeah, speaking of the conditions and what works on these wickets, from this part of the world, we've seen quite a few left-arm spinners hail. And you seem to have enjoyed it. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it naturally spins a lot more in the subcontinent and it's a lot slower than probably what we're used to as well, especially being from Australia where there's probably less turn and more bounce in the wicket. But I think it's just being able to adapt really quickly, which I think we've done throughout the series as a spin unit, and then as a batting unit, it's being able to, I guess, overcome that and I guess just be prepared for those challenging conditions. We're going to come up against a lot of great spin bowling, so just making sure that we have really clear plans when we walk out to bat.
And speaking of adapting quickly, you batted with some responsibility too.
Yeah, at times. Like I said, obviously it's been challenging, and yeah, credit to the Bangladesh bowlers. They bowled really well throughout the series, and I guess looking forward to the T20 series, it's also going to be another challenge, making sure that I guess we capitalise when we need to, and then respect when we need to as well. But yeah, I think the challenge that lies ahead is going to lead us in really good stead for the World Cup here later in the year.
All right, well done, Ashley Gardner, the player of the series. Well, now I'd like to invite the winning captain, Alyssa Healy, to come over, please. We'll first exchange a few words, and then I'll let you go for the trophy. Alyssa, congratulations. 100%, 3 out of 3. That's what you wanted, I'm sure.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the ODI part of this series was for championship points, and that's yeah, what we came here to do, to get ourselves firmly at the top of that, which is important.
And what are the other factors you feel that would add going forward in terms of experience to the T20 series as well, and the World Cup that's next up?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the wickets are going to produce for the T20 leg of that. I'm not sure if they're going to be as friendly for the spinners or not. We'll have to wait and see. But in saying that, I think getting the opportunity to adjust to these conditions over a 2.5-week period, even getting the opportunity to train out in the nets is going to do us wonders come the back end of the year. But most importantly, I think for these 3 T20s coming up.
Yeah, and your side, it's a very well composed and versatile side when I say it, because starting up with the seam, the experience that comes in, and the spin, you're not not a side that's going to shy away based on conditions only.
Yeah, I mean, we're very well balanced. We've got a lot of options, a lot of variety, but I think it showed today, yes, it's spin-friendly conditions, but our pace attack is still world-class and can still do a lot of damage up front. So, yeah, I thought they were exceptional with the ball today and set the game up for the spin to come in the back end and clean it up.
And finally, if for the girls, the Bangladesh girls, the local girls, if you've pinpointed any talents or if you have any word of advice, I'm sure they're running up to you guys over the toasters, but...
I mean, there's still 3 games in a series left to go. I'm sure there can be some questions after that, but... Oh, look, it's been fantastic to have the opportunity to come over here and play against a side that we don't get to play against very often outside of World Cup. So we've loved the experience so far, and I think the T20 series is going to be really evenly matched. I think it's going to be a real tight contest. So we're going to have to be at our best to get ourselves over the line.
All right. I will not hold you back any longer. It's time for the trophy. It's the big one. Congratulations to you and the whole team. The champions of the ODI series is Australia. Alyssa Healy collecting the trophy from Qazi Inam Ahmed, Director BCB and Chairman Bangladesh Tigers.
Absolutely. Wish you all the best.
As the whole team joins in for the celebrations, yet again, congratulations to Australia for winning the ODI series 3-0. If we may have a big round of applause for the Australian side. And as the celebrations go on and the pictures are being taken, that's it from the presentation party.